along with me. Breaking news, it's a thrill. Live chat, got time to kill. XP, we're breaking the mold. Special guests, stories untold. Unfiltered truth, no hidden clues. No suit and tie, it's all for you. Out of the newsroom, into the light. No suit and tie, it's feeling right. Unscripted moments, the host is Gary. On Next News Network, we never vary. On YouTube, we're streaming live. On Rumble, the chat is alive. On X, we're trending high. And Main Street Media's dead, and we are why. Millions of followers, hear us out. Seen all over the world, there's no doubt. We are the future, shining bright. Join the raw feed every night. Out of the newsroom, into the light. No suit and tie, it's feeling right. Unscripted moments, the host is Gary. On Next News Network, we never vary.
Good evening, Patriots, and welcome to a truly historic November 5th, a date that carries profound significance for anyone who remembers the words, "Remember, remember the 5th of November." I'm Gary Franchi, and you are watching an absolutely critical election night edition of the Raw feed. We're streaming live worldwide on YouTube, Rumble, and X. So, like that historic tale of citizens rising up against tyranny, Americans today are making their voices heard at ballot boxes across the nation. And just as V reminded the people of their power, tonight we're watching the American people reclaim theirs. If you're just joining us, hit that share button right now. Text the stream to 5 friends because, like these dominoes, each person who learns the truth sets off a chain reaction that can't be stopped. I proudly cast my vote for Donald Trump yesterday because, like that memorable story, everything we're fighting for comes down to these next few hours. And we've got exclusive, absolutely explosive coverage lined up, including my exclusive interview with Dr. Ron Paul that's going to shake the foundations of the establishment. The parallels are unmistakable. One man's warnings, long ignored by those in power, finally coming to fruition on this historic November 5th. For those watching on YouTube, Rumble, and X, and yes, we need you following us on all 3 platforms because, like V's broadcasts, they can't silence us everywhere. We're going to be featuring your voice tonight through tonight's coverage. Your super chats and Rumble rants will be featured on screen between segments. Tonight, the people's voice will be heard. We're tracking a massive awakening in Democrat strongholds, reports of election chaos erupting across multiple states, final polling that has the establishment in full panic mode, and the end game that's playing out right now at Mar-a-Lago. The truth, as V would say, is revealed in the crucible of crisis. Throughout the night, we'll be bringing you live election results as they come in. This broadcast only happens because of patriots like you. The link to support our work is in the description. And we've launched our new merch store at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com, where you can get exclusive limited edition Next News gear to show where you stand. Remember, your super chat messages get priority placement on screen. Your voice matters tonight. And now we'll begin our first segment right before we get to you, after we get to you on the feed. All right, let's welcome you guys to this historic broadcast. All right, who's in the house? Cabin Girl, David Johnson, Ophikus, Cabin Girl is here. Yudi, 1970, Running Bear says, turn up the volume. Loving the mask. You're so awesome. We are ready to hear about our election. What's wrong with Illinois? They're going blue? Well, that's what they always do. We're praying for you, Trump, says Cecilia. Mr. Yolis, he's spitting out spells. North California in the house. Say no to Diddycrats, said Jennifer. Hi from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Oh, that's Joe's favorite place, isn't it? Garbabunga from Ohio. Utah, what's up in the house? Derek Dykeman is here. Who else? We got a super chat that just came through. I just saw it. Who is it? Texas Sweet Tea says, we are so proud of all of you and your team's work. We love you and sending blessings. We will always be watching my patriotic family. Texas Sweet Tea, thank you for that 10 spot. Absolutely critical to keep this operation going. Who else is in the house? Let's see. We've got Chevy Nick here. Dave Wollenberg. We got Soon to Be Saint is in the house. James Sorry. We got Sure You swinging the wrench of truth. We got James. We got Devil's Own Reject. Soon to Be Saint. SE311. What's up? What's up? James is here. All the folks are in the house tonight. Trump got Florida. Trump got South Dakota. Oh, Tea Party's back, bitches. The sleeping bear has awoken. Ain't that the truth? The sleeping bear has been awoken. Now, I want to bring up some of the latest results that we have. Let's see what we've got on this shot right now. Okay, we're going to get to the Ron Paul exclusive in just a moment. But right now, we are looking at Donald Trump with 188 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 99. Look at that sea of red on your screen. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Missouri, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, South Carolina, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia are all in the Trump column. Looks like right now we've got Pennsylvania, which everybody's watching. It is close there with Kamala Harris up by just a few points. We've got Michigan and Wisconsin and Iowa all with a light shade of blue. Colorado as well, a light shade. We got, of course, Illinois has apparently already been called for Kamala Harris. New York, we've also got some other blue states as well, all coming in for Kamala Harris. So we're going to go ahead and dive into our first bombshell segment that's going to reveal exactly what the mainstream media is desperately trying to hide. Good evening, I'm Gary Franchi, and tonight on this historic election day, we bring you an exclusive interview that couldn't be more timely. That's right, just hours before the polls closed across America, I sat down with the legendary Congressman Ron Paul to discuss this crucial election. But the extraordinary developments that we've seen in recent days, from his shocking alliance with Ron Paul, with Elon Musk, to J.D. Vance's embrace of his monetary ideas. Now, before we dive in, I want to announce something special to commemorate this historic alliance between Ron Paul and Elon Musk and the MAGA movement. We've released our exclusive MAGA Avengers collection at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. You can find the link down below. This limited edition gear celebrates the unprecedented coalition that's forming to take on the deep state. Now, these designs won't be available for long, so head over to shop.nextnewsnetwork.com to secure yours now. So are you listening? As Ron Paul has warned for decades, our monetary system's on the brink. With the national debt surpassing $35 trillion and the Fed still printing money, we're watching his predictions come true in real life. While the establishment panics about the Paul-Musk alliance, smart money is moving into what Dr. Paul has always advocated: real constitutional money, gold and silver. If you have funds sitting in a low-interest bank account or 401k or IRA retirement account, you need to call my friends at Global Gold Investments, America's leading conservative precious metals dealer. receive their new 2024 Protect Your Wealth and Retirement Guide absolutely free. The number is 888-700-4148. Mention Next News for their 5-star customer treatment, along with a complimentary portfolio analysis. Operators are standing by, 888-700-4148, or just visit IRAGoldproof.com. Remember, if you don't have gold, you don't have wealth. Now, let's get to my conversation with Dr. Paul, where he reveals what he really thinks about Trump's economic plans, shares his reaction to Elon Musk's outreach, and delivers a powerful message about what's really at stake in today's election. Congressman Paul, it is an honor to have you here.
Good. Nice to be with you, Harry.
Absolutely. So, seeing this flurry of information across X, your name is back in the headlines, of course, where it belongs. Before we get into the Elon Musk and this new department he's considering with Donald Trump, I want to look back real quick. And what parallels between how the media treated your campaign and Donald Trump? What parallels do you see?
Well, it's the same old story because you have to depend that you're not going to have much friendly relationship with the media. So I think there is a parallel, but he has a different personality and he has a different tone than I do. But I don't think that's a problem to anybody. But the problem is the people who really run the show and all the way down to the deep state. They're concerned about the message. So if you're sending out a message, no matter who you represent or what you do or what quality the output is, it's the fact that there's a lot of resentment and they don't know how to handle it. So it usually turns into anger and misunderstanding because the whole thing is when you have an empire you have to lie to keep it, and boy, there's a lot of them. They can't believe the garbage that they spew out because it is so bad, and then they pretend to be the ones who will be the arbiter of what is truth. So it is pretty disheartening at times. But the good news is more and more Americans are waking up, and I think we have the numbers on our side. We have to be more creative in getting our message out and why we have to change this situation. And I think one at a time, let's hope some good comes out of this election.
Back in 2008, 2012, the Ron Paul revolution was in full force. I mean, armies of people putting Ron Paul signs everywhere. I was part of that, and I was proud to be a part of it, and I'm proud to always support your message. What similarities can you say between the Ron Paul revolution and the MAGA movement can you see?
Well, I think it's grassroots. The people that are frustrated and they're looking for it. And at times, I think they're looking for truth. And Trump gets credit where it's due, and that is, well, at least he's leveling with us. Sometimes he goes off, but they say he's exactly opposite of Kamala. He says it as it is, and people want that. And I think that's the difference in that even though our personalities are different, I think that was the whole thing. One time there was somebody came up after one of my rallies we had a big rally, but a young man came up to me and he wanted to talk. He talked, and we took a picture and that kind of stuff, and but he wanted to mention mostly. I like the emphasis on the Constitution and what you say, and he was very very much involved, and he just sort of grabbed hold of that whole thing. I said, that came up in the debate, and that's what he was referring to. And then he said, and then I told him, I said, well, the candidate next to me had to answer the same question. And I thought he was saying about the same thing, oh, yes, the Constitution is good. And I said, why aren't you talking to him? He says, we don't believe him. So, and I think and that's sort of subjective, but it's very, very important. People want to trust. They're looking for it. You don't have to be perfect. You have to recognize there are problems. But I tell you what, if people are searching for the truth, but I think that's a historic thing from beginning of time. Searching for truth has always been, in contest with the nihilists who believe, well, hey, you guys waste a lot of time. You can't know truth. Nobody knows truth. Nobody knows perfect truth. But I tell you what, there is something out there. There's natural law. You could start with that, and you could talk about the influence in our Constitution. But there's some
Well,
people who literally believe that you can't know truth, so why waste your time on it?
well, let's talk about the law. And President Trump has floated the idea of getting rid of the income tax, something I would love to see. I know you would love to see. Can tariffs really replace that?
Can what?
Tariffs. He's floated tariffs to replace the
Oh,
income
oh
tax.
no, no, that's a disaster. You know, the very strong position now. That is something that amazes me because, 20, 30 years ago, left and right, just generally there were tariffs, but it wasn't like it was a religion. And now it's turning into it. And it is bipartisan. There's no doubt that people like that. It is attractive. And it's been suggested that if you go along with it, I put a lot of tariffs on you, you won't have the income tax. But they're not understanding tariffs. I mean, if the tariff is a tax, and the consumer here will suffer the most. So putting big heavy taxes on China will disrupt trade, and the revenues won't be there. I'll tell you that's a fallacy. And yet, this debate has been going on for a long time about whether you should tax imports. And of course, I'd like to start with as close to zero as possible. But my approach on tariffs is economics, of course, but it's also a personal liberty issue. So if you go out, Gary, and you earn a lot of money, and they say, well, you don't have an income tax, but we're going to tell you what to do with your money, or even if you do have the income tax, they say you made the money, but it isn't really yours. It belongs all to the government, and the government will let you have some. You'll have to pay through your income tax and also, the tariffs. And that is what they do. They take it all from you, and so I consider all of it a form of slavery because you have to get anything back that you can spend. Believe me. Well, just look at the difference between Trump and Kamala. I mean, she wants to tax it, if you have a valuable asset and goes up in value, but you haven't moved it or touched it, you just took care of it, then you're going to be taxed on the increase in value. There can't be much more stupid than that if you're looking at just some economic
Sure.
policies.
So how? Okay. So if tariffs aren't the answer, and there's talk of getting rid of the income tax, where do we begin? Well, what would be a policy prescription that the good doctor would give to President Trump?
Well, I call spending it the tax, and I don't look at the tax. That's a result of spending, because spending, as soon as the government gets it, they might have an income tax, they might have a tariff, they gather up money, they'll have all kinds of taxes. So that is the incentive is to tax. But as soon as it's spent, uh, it's debt, and then how will they pay for it? They don't have any money, and they don't have any authority for this. What they do is they take away your right to spend your money, and so to me, it's a moral issue. I mean, you can't spend your money to do harm and violence and that sort of thing. But it's your money, and you should have it to spend. So that means you don't have to figure out, well, which tax is the best. Of course, your question is fair enough because, yeah, that's a great theoretical thing, but that's not going to happen. What would you do to start with it? Unfortunately, I'm not very optimistic about that. I don't believe that we'll live to see the day where we see a better Congress who systematically shrinks the size of government, spends less money, and starts paying off the debt.
Well,
That's not going to
let's
happen.
talk about that because Elon Musk has said he wants to cut $2 trillion from the federal government, and he's proposed working alongside you in that new department. So where would you begin? If you got $2 trillion to cut, where are the first cuts going to come down from?
Well, I've talked a lot about that in the campaign because people want to know at least where would you try if you had a Congress that would at least go along with you. And I would cut the militarism. I would cut the wars. I would cut the military industrial complex. I would cut the corporate welfare and the pharmaceuticals. And
Okay, let me ask
but
if I could just jump in. One question though, you talk about Congress, but is there any executive action that the president could take right out the gate to get rid of some of this needless bureaucracy?
Oh, there is, but there's so many special interests uh, and so many people that are, let's say that I did it and I had a pen and I did it. It would be a revolution, you know. Uh, they're not, people are so dependent on it uh, because most people, when they come to my office and want to talk about this, I say, what's your problem? The prices are too high and they're gouging me. I need more money. Send me more money so I can buy my groceries. But they're not willing to say, hey, you know what? These prices are going up because we've spent too much money and we've devalued the dollar, and therefore the dollar is worth less, and the prices are going to go up. So we're volunteering the program. So cut a little bit away from what we get. No, it's not going to happen. I think we have to go through the ringer, and that is hopefully we have enough brains that we don't have to go through Zimbabwe and Venezuela. But at the rate we're doing, so 35 trillion dollars, and it was hardly even wasn't mentioned very much in the debates, in the campaign, and they know that people would rebel against it. But they do. They come up with other things. They say, well, it's the union wages, it's the gouging the business people. They shouldn't have this much profits, and they own too much property, so we ought to tax the property, and on and on. So it goes back to the basic fundamentals of understanding what a free market is like with sound money. So anything you can do to move in that direction. And nobody should, if they're in Congress and they believe this way, they shouldn't vote for anything that raises the debt a nickel.
Hmm.
And I've suggested that everybody that's in Congress or anybody who's in the administration, they should ask, and they're getting ready to do something new because they're not likely to say, "What are we going to get rid of?" If they want to do something new, where'd you get the authority, and where are you going to get the money? And you can't even consider it. You can't even put it out on the table unless they say, well, the authority comes from the Constitution, general welfare clause,
Oh,
something like that.
yeah.
So that nonsense goes on. Well, we don't have gold and silver as legal tender, and you're supposed to do that. So they have to decide. Where's the authority and where's the money coming from, and if they even had a token effort on that, the people would be pretty annoyed. But that's going to happen. The liquidation of debt and the cleansing of the system always occurs, but it's either by people doing common sense and moving in the right direction. And when it isn't as bad as what we have now, that is helpful. So they move, but they move in. They have to at least move in the right direction of cutting, and that is where the real burden is, that nobody wants to cut. They're not going to come volunteer and say, "Oh, you ought to cut my program,"
Yeah.
but they have to have. I want to go back one more step, and that is the love of liberty. The government has no right to tell me how to live my life, and all individuals should promise they shouldn't initiate violence against other people, and get your freedom back. Those crowds we had in '08 and 12, those young kids, and I was really impressed because when I said, that's nice, oh yeah, we don't like the draft and we don't like this and all this. I said, yes, but one rule is if you screw up and you have all this and you go out on an adventure and it doesn't work, you can't crawl to the government to go to your neighbor and steal some money to bail you out. And you know what? The applause Joey was, very good for that. But it's a tough job, especially when the free lunch is so tempting, and the shift from it is overwhelming. But the liquidation will occur. The debt disappears, and I said, when is that going to happen? Well, it happens all the time because they say we have an inflation rate of 3, 4, 5. It's probably 10 or 12. Let's say the inflation of the prices are going up 10%, and our dollar's going down 10%. You've just liquidated a bunch of debt. Your money, the debt goes down in real terms, and I think that's a scheme of the government. So when they print money, they steal the value out of your wallet, and you don't even know it. And but the real debt can go down, and that's why if it gets out of hand, then you have Zimbabwe, and they print billions and billions of dollars, and everybody gets paid off. And a lot of that is starting already, and that's what happens. I don't believe that the country's going to wise up, even though I believe strongly that the educational efforts made by many who believe like you, and you're involved and you're doing something, and to be able to talk with you gives me a lot of encouragement that there are people out there, and I don't know how many, but I can bet you that you already have influenced a lot of people.
Well,
So
Ron
and
Paul,
that
sir, I'm only here. I'm only in this chair because of your work and Aaron Russo's work, and we're just trying to continue to educate America, and I thank you for that kind message. Uh, this has been decades in the making. Your career, warning about monetary collapse. Do you see today's election as our last chance to peacefully reform the system?
No, I don't believe that. I'm not a nihilist where it's over and done with. Where people have to, but what it depends. It's going to, it's going to, the form is going to change, and but the Marxists, the cultural Marxists, their main job is chaos in the streets, and they're doing a pretty good job with all this wokeism and stuff. They've been so successful in this. So because their theory is chaos in the streets will open up the doors for their type of Marxism, and I would say, okay, we're not going to stop the chaos. It's out there, but we're going to use it to introduce the idea of sound money. This week, I would say I had a little boost in encouragement that somebody in a much higher position than myself was saying, you know, maybe Ron has the right idea about the Federal Reserve. So
Well,
I
yeah,
would say that,
JD Vance, he's taken a liking to your message. We're finding out Elon Musk has been following you. What's your reaction when that news suddenly broke and Elon starts quote tweeting you? You guys are going back and forth. JD Vance is talking about you. What was your reaction when that happened?
well, I was very pleased, but it isn't. That's not my goal, and I recognize that. I recognize my limitations. But what I recognize is, as clumsy as I may be, and as many people have joined us in many ways, we're making progress. There's people out there. They can't do that. They can't start saying, let's take on the Fed and we're going to cut the budget $2 trillion. I mean, that's great discussion. And they say, well, it's tough how to do that. But my argument is when it collapses with a total bankruptcy of the country and a currency crisis, it's a lot messier than that. But to me, it's the most important thing is to get more people to understand. And I guide a lot of people. I'm sure you heard, and I'm sure you're aware of it. You guide people toward the Austrian School of Economic Policy because it explains the business cycle and it's based on some moral standard and American traditions fit into that. So that the information is there. It wasn't, the understanding of the market, the understanding of the Austrian economists wasn't available for Adam Smith. And Adam Smith, he very, very good, obviously, but I think Mises was advanced in his economic thinking.
Now, before we go, one final question. Donald Trump's watching right now. Elon Musk is watching. What advice do you have for them as they venture Donald Trump going back into the swamp and Elon Musk about to join you going back into the swamp?
Well, that'd be pretty presumptive that I should give them advice, but in a way, our program is designed for that purpose. And today we talked about being cautious because Trump has mentioned that maybe he wasn't cautious enough on appointments. So and so we talked about the various people up for possibility, and it's good for me. It's going to be soft sell. point it out and let people know why you might be opposing, some of these individuals, because some of them are heroic. They're very well accepted by the public. So that to me is, I've never thought that I was going to wave a wand and everybody was going to be converted. I'm always pleasantly surprised at the number of people who do respond. And I'll just continue to do what I'm doing, just trying my best to understand it. I figure that my job is to do the best I can in understanding the transition. What do you do? What do you do with people on food stamps? What's going to happen? How are they going to live? Well, you have to answer that question. What if you live in Venezuela? How are you going to live? But no, there's lots of transitions you can work, but they first have to understand, the basic fundamentals of what a free society about, and that is individuals who run their own lives, and there's going to be no aggression by government in our lives, in our economic policies, nor in the affairs of foreign nations.
Congressman Paul, thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to having you back again.
Great, Gary. Good to be with you again.
Good to be with you as well. So there you have it, folks. Ron Paul's urgent message delivered on this historic election day. What we just witnessed wasn't just another interview. It was a glimpse into the future that the establishment fears most. Ron Paul, Elon Musk, Donald Trump joining forces to dismantle the deep state's control over our money and our freedom. And now you can be part of this historic moment. Our exclusive Mag Avengers collection at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com captures this unprecedented alliance between the original voice of the freedom movement and the world's most innovative entrepreneur and the America First president. These limited edition designs, you can that up, Brian, won't be available once this moment passes. So head to shop.nextnewsnetwork.com now. So as Dr. Paul reminded us tonight, this fight isn't just about one election, it's about the future of American liberty itself. So share this interview with everyone you know. The establishment doesn't want this message getting out, but together we can bypass their censorship. You and me. I'm Gary Franchi, and this is the Next News Network. Stay strong, Patriots, and make your voice heard today. All right, let's check in with the live chat and see what everybody is saying right now about Ron Paul. Wasn't that awesome? Man, I love seeing that guy. And it was long overdue for me to sit down with the good congressman and especially after this historic moment where Elon Musk was quote tweeting him. They were having that conversation right out in the public with everyone to see it. Let's take a look now also at, let's see, what are you guys saying here? The numbers are all over the place in different watches tonight. Texas Treat says share, share, share. Petra says Trump 2024. Archangel USMC, Ron is the man. He certainly is. Okay, let's take a look right now at the latest returns that are coming in. Oh, Ross Reynolds, we've got a super chat that has just hit the line. Let's see what Ross is saying. Oh, we got a couple. Oh, we got Texas Sweet Tea. We got, please tell Ron Paul that we love him. Ron Paul 2028. Absolutely. Ross Reynolds dropping a 20 spot over here. Love your show. And what will happen if Republicans win the House, Senate, and President? Well, what will happen is that we will have the trifecta that we need so that we can get real work done. And of course, the deep state's going to be working overtime so that they can just basically put up roadblocks for the America First agenda, because the rhinos, the establishment that are still entrenched in Washington, D.C., they have their own interests in mind. They don't have yours in mind. And that's why they put up roadblocks. People like the old Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, when he was there, he put up roadblock after roadblock to prevent Donald Trump from having any effective leadership. Well, now Donald Trump's going back, God willing. And going back, he has the hindsight of knowing the mistakes of his first administration. And he's admitted those mistakes by surrounding himself with appointments that people didn't belong there. He's made it very clear he's not going to let that happen again, and that's why he's already setting up his transition team so that he can put key players in the right places to push forward the America First agenda. So, Ross Reynolds, I hope that answers your question. Debbie Muddyman, she says, "Oh, just dropping $50." Well, we really thank you for that, sincerely. Brian, bring up the box with the live election results right now, so we can give everybody a look at what is happening. Okay, so right now we have 198 for Trump and we have 112 for Harris. Look at all that red on the map. Look at it all. So we got Montana now has been called for Donald Trump. We have Wyoming also being called for Donald Trump. Utah has gone for Trump, as well as we see Texas clearly for Donald Trump. Again, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska. Kansas is, Trump is leading in Kansas, which is good. Colorado has now been called for Kamala Harris. Of course, Illinois, we're still waiting. Looks like Wisconsin is looking pink now, which is very good. We need Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. This is huge. Wow, Pennsylvania is 54% reporting, and we need Pennsylvania, folks. If we can get Pennsylvania, and look, we got Maine up here as well. 4 electoral votes for Maine. Pennsylvania is 19, 54% reporting so far. Can we dive deeper into it? Looks like we have we've got some blue strongholds around Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, all looking blue. Allentown looking blue, but looks like most of the state is going red for Donald Trump. That is beautiful to see. That, man, if we can take Pennsylvania, we've got we've got it all the marbles. Arizona looking like it's leaning towards, oh wow, it's close. Donald Trump is behind Kamala Harris in Arizona by 0.8. New Mexico is also looking like it's moving a lot towards Kamala Harris, 51 to 46. Michigan, very close in Michigan, 49.9 to 48.4, leaning towards Kamala Harris. Georgia, look at that. Georgia is at 51.3 to 48, 88% reporting. And looks like there's a margin of close to about maybe 150,000 votes in Georgia. So if we can take Georgia, North Carolina, looks like North Carolina is 52%. Donald Trump, 46, Kamala Harris. So Kamala has some catching up to do there. So we need North Carolina as well. Virginia looking like 67% reporting, going towards the Kamala column. So right now, Donald Trump is certainly moving far ahead. Okay, let's get into our next topic of the night, and we will continue to check in with the election as between segments, and of course your super chats. I'm having some difficulty with my earpiece tonight, so just bear with me if you see me fiddling with this thing. It's really a pain. All right, it has to happen on tonight of all nights. All right. All right, my fellow Americans, what we're witnessing isn't just a low turnout for the Democrats. It's a complete implosion of the Democrat machine. Howard University's watch party for Kamala Harris looks like a ghost town, but here's what is really telling. Joe Biden won't even be showing up to support his own administration's candidate. And when Jill Biden showed up to vote wearing Republican red, you know that was an accident. Now, the internal polling must be catastrophic because we're seeing Democrat strongholds reporting numbers that would have been unthinkable just hours ago. And with Democrat leadership crumbling before our eyes, now more than ever, you need protection on the road. Think about it. As cities descend into chaos and crime rates soar in Democrat strongholds, your safety behind the wheel matters more than ever. That's why you need the state-of-the-art dash cam watching your back. The same areas reporting record low Democrat turnout are seeing record high crime rates. And this easy-to-install dash cam records every detail, offering 4K Ultra HD night vision 24/7 security. Visit carvisionx.com right now and get free express shipping and several bonuses during our special election night offer. Don't wait until it's too late. Okay, let's dive right into what we have picked out for you today. It's been a long day tracking all of this news and information for you, and I'm getting it up right now. Here it is, the Democrats' outlook. Okay, this is what this actually just broke before I went live, and this was sent to me by Mancow Muller. The White House has now canceled all election night parties worldwide. This is huge news. It's not widely reported. Sources inside the Trump camp, according to Mancow Muller, it's a great source, but still unconfirmed. Yet Business Insider reveals that all U.S. embassies across Europe have just canceled their election night parties, every single one, except for Rome, curiously. These parties were planned and scheduled for weeks, but now they're suddenly off the table. And the question is, why the abrupt change? It's not hard to see what's happening. They're anticipating a loss. They're preparing for what's coming. So keep in mind, all these ambassadors are Biden appointees and they're loyal Democrats. These are longtime party insiders, not outsiders. And for them to cancel like this, it says everything is a massive tell that the winds are shifting. So what do they know that we don't? And why isn't the media sounding the alarm? Well, you won't see this on the mainstream news, but remember, you heard it here first. So that is the first sign that everything is crumbling. Also, we've got this.
So I just voted in Chester County, Pennsylvania, which is traditionally a blue county. And I can tell you that I sat and I talked with the Republican, the table that they have and the Republicans there. And the best news I've heard so far is I asked them simply, I said, have you seen anybody going to the Democrat table? And their answer was they have seen maybe a handful of people, but almost no one is going to the Democrat table. Not only that, but they know that the guy that was working there was calling people trying to get extra help because he was all by himself. So it looks as though from a very granular, view of this whole thing, it doesn't look like Democrats are turning out this morning at all. So that's good because we may take Pennsylvania. Keep voting.
And right now, it's looking like we are going to take Pennsylvania. New Jersey Democrats are apparently panicking as well.
Phil Rizzo here. Great day. I was a poll challenger in New Jersey in Somerset County. I was there for about 7 hours today. Voter turnout is incredible. But here's the best part. There was a woman who asked if there was a Democrat challenger or some sort of Democrat operative there keeping track of the registered Democrats that came in and voted versus those who had not yet been to the polls. Why? Because she wanted to make sure that there were people chasing votes if the Democrats hadn't been out to the polls yet. They are panicking. They need to chase Democrat votes in New Jersey. Why? Because Donald Trump is carrying Jersey. I love it. Donald Trump wins New Jersey. He wins the whole country. Let's keep our foot on the gas. All gas, no brakes. Let's make America great again. The Dems are in free fall, and it's awesome to watch.
It certainly is. Those are the reports that I love to see. Just in, insiders reveal lonely and lost. Biden's humiliating last days in office, Netflix binges, quiet tears, and shunned by the Harris campaign. That's according to the Daily Mail. Here we have only a handful of people showing up to Kamala Harris's watch party at Howard University. The mood is very somber and the joy is gone. Here is what appears to be the exterior of the watch party. That was just 3 hours ago. Did you see this? This was a totally staged event. Ben Shapiro was reacting to this earlier today. Check this out. Kamala Harris.
She was.
Well, I'll let him set it up.
Trying to call a voter, and it didn't go amazing.
How you doing? Have you voted already?
Give me a second.
You did. Thank you.
Look at that. Oh, her camera's on.
Thank you so very much. It's so important that everybody.
On camera, Matthew J. Walsh.
She faked it. Look at that shot right there. Where is it? Look at her. She's holding up a phone, but the camera's on. She was faking a phone call to someone she claimed had voted for her. That's how desperate these people are and stupid. I mean, Does that even happen? Has that ever happened to you? I mean, could this have been a mistake? Maybe she was on the phone and the camera was on. As far as I know, you can't use your camera while your phone is on. Okay? So that just proves more staged opportunities for Kamala Harris. And this is the picture that was making all the rounds. Oh, yeah. Nobody. This is not a mistake, friends. Jill wore all red to vote. As the wife of a Democrat politician, there's no way she doesn't know how this looks. Biden and Jill are pissed. She wore straight red. I think she voted for Donald Trump. I really believe that. Yeah. Jill wore a bright red suit to go vote. Oh, yes, they are pissed. And here we go, Laura Logan. She says, nice try, a-holes. We're not playing this game again. MSNBC prepping for a red mirage. That's what they're saying, where Trump will be ahead in the swing states before a blue shift where Kamala ballots will be introduced in the middle of the night, like 2020. Let's listen to what MSNBC is saying.
Ballot results until the count is finished in the central count facilities. So in Milwaukee, you'll see 100% of precincts reporting before you see the numbers that come out of those early votes in person and those absentee ballots, which my guess is are heavily weighted towards Harris supporters. In Green Bay, they won't report anything until they've counted the absentee ballots and the in-person election day votes. So that means that you're going to see a red mirage where it seems like Trump is doing better than he actually is because they haven't counted and reported those absentee ballots yet. And then the blue shift when those ballots are introduced to add to the totals, that could be in the middle of the night. It certainly was in 2020. So if you're watching Wisconsin ballot results,
really, just introducing ballots in the middle of the night. I mean, it's like he's got this playbook already in his lap and he understands exactly what's going to happen. But people are watching very closely all across the country. And here's Stephen King. Look at this cuck. Tremble before this level of boomer truth to power. He's wearing a I Stand With Ukraine shirt. Give me a break, man. This guy is a venomous anti-Trumper. Here we have an Instagram influencer, 600,000 followers, says she's faced severe backlash, lost thousands of followers, and got a nasty comment and threats after revealing she voted for Trump. Brian, let's go vertical with this.
I didn't tell. Tasha K loses 5,000 followers on her Instagram page after she posted this morning that she voted for Donald Trump. Literally, we lost 5,000 followers. Like that. Like that. All because I shared who I voted for. I didn't tell you guys to go vote for them. I didn't say that you were stupid or dumb because you didn't vote for them. I didn't threaten you. I didn't threaten your kids. I didn't threaten your livelihood. I didn't even use my platform to push a narrative for a particular party. She stated that she got so much backlash from this post that she had to delete it. And she doesn't think it's fair because she says that she voted strictly on the policies. And that's what you should do too. Morning when
Yeah, so people are getting triggered, dumping social media, unsubscribing from accounts. Oh, the minute you say you're supporting Trump is the minute that they unsubscribe. Well, Elon Musk and Joe Rogan, they had a nice conversation the day before the election, talking about Democrat. Yep, that's what the mainstream media does. They twist words and they run with headlines that are fake. They are the true fake news. They really are the true fake news, and I'm glad that we're here to be able to push back on it. I'm glad Elon Musk and Joe Rogan are pushing back on it. Now, yesterday we did a story in one of our segments. Yuval Noah Harari, who is Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum, one of the advisors there. He said that a Trump win means the globalists will be defeated. Hillary Clinton says a second term would mean they lose narrative control on the internet. Now, Bernie Sanders says it would be the end of the climate change agenda. Well, sign me up, right? Let's listen to what Bernie has to say.
Climate change, if you believe that climate change is real and an existential threat to our country and the world, you got to vote for Kamala because Trump thinks it is a hoax. And by the way, this is an issue that has not been talked enough about in this campaign. If Trump wins, the struggle, the global struggle against climate change is over. Because if the largest economy in the world, the United States, pulls back, so will China, so will Europe, and God only knows the kind of world that our kids and grandchildren will be living in because of climate change. If you believe...
You said people gonna die? Yeah, that's what they're doing. It's all fear-mongering. They want you to submit to their agenda, but of course we know better. Here's another fake and phony moment right at the very end of the campaign. This was a staged door knocking that Kamala Harris did. It was caught on camera. C-SPAN was there. Watch this. So as you can see, the members of the household are already standing out in front. And she says, I want to knock on the door. Go back to the door, and we're going to knock, and we're going to pretend to open the door. All for the cameras.
I want a door knock.
Oh, you want to do a door knock?
Yeah, come on. Okay. Okay, here, I'm gonna.
You had your hat on at the Penn State game in front of 111,000 people on day Saturday.
Okay, come on.
Totally staked, totally staged, totally fake.
Guys, to the right, please. Thanks.
It is?
First vote.
Yes,
Tomorrow morning.
Oh man, that whole campaign is fake. She wasn't even elected to lead her party. She was installed just like they installed Joe Biden in 2020. Male voter in Michigan starts crying tears of joy after voting to allow his daughter to abort his future grandchildren. Listen to this guy.
Getting a little emotional about that.
Who'd you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
And I'll bet you he submitted to the mandates and masked up and stood 6 feet apart and shamed people in the grocery store. They got too close. Yeah. He probably wears his mask still in his car. I'm surprised he's not wearing a mask in that video. What else have we got here for you, folks? We've got this. Okay, here is CNN's Dana Bash in full panic mode, concerned Kamala did not have enough time to introduce herself to America. Okay. Well, that's because she was installed. And Joe Biden was the nominee all the way up until he was kicked out in the coup.
But Donald Trump has been running for 2 years. Kamala Harris has been running for 107 days. So one of my big questions is, particularly with her candidacy, is whether that was just enough time to introduce herself to the country and to candidates who were dead set on voting for a Democrat, wasn't so sure about him, or whether she could have used a little bit more time.
Yeah, she could have probably used a little bit more time, right? CNN releasing some exit polling, prompting Chris Wallace to say it would be a miracle if Harris could win with that kind of headwind. Yes, we know that Kamala Harris knows all about
19% said, let's look at the numbers on the mood of the country. It's a pretty dour mood in terms of the way people feel things are going in the United States. Nationally, only 7% of voters say they're enthusiastic. 19% say they're satisfied. Look at these numbers. 43% dissatisfied, 29% angry, 72% of the electorate nationally say they're dissatisfied or angry. What about America's best days, we ask? Are they in the future or are they in the past? 61% of voters in this election across the country say America's best days are ahead of the country. 6 in 10 say so. 34% say the best days are in the past. And finally, President Joe Biden's approval rating, it's at 41% in these early preliminary exit poll findings. 58% of voters in this election across the country nationally disapprove of the way that the incumbent Democratic president is doing his job, Jake.
All right, interesting stuff. David Chalian, thanks so much. And let's talk about it with our panel. And Dana Bash, obviously this is early exit poll data, but still looking at this, which really doesn't deviate so much from polling in general we've seen, Joe Biden not popular, most Americans dissatisfied.
One of the questions that I have been asking and looking at since I started covering campaigns is this. Are you satisfied? Are you not satisfied? Right track, wrong track. It is extremely high, the dissatisfied or angry. As David said, if you add those two up, 72%. What we don't know, because this is such a different election, is whether the dissatisfaction or anger will be taken out on Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, because they are both effectively, Harris is part of the current administration, but Donald Trump and the Trump era is very much upon us. We don't know how that's going to be.
I got to say, I think that's putting the best spin on it. I think when you see current voters saying that by a 3-to-1 margin that they are dissatisfied with the country.
3-to-1.
Or angry. Dissatisfied or angry.
Or angry. I got to say, I think that that's with the present conditions in the country. In conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that kind of headwind, and also with a president. Remember, she was part of the administration. The Biden-Harris administration was 41% approved, 58% disapproved. This isn't even close to the 50% they traditionally. Let me just finish my point, which is just that if she is able to overcome those numbers and still win this election, then she has done a remarkable job of somehow separating herself that she's part of the solution and not part of the problem.
It's early and said.
Oh, I love to watch them panic and admit what's really happening. Alex Stein, 99, prime time. Howard University is packed with people, he says, ready for Kamala's election night party. A little bit different video than what we showed you earlier, but this is from Alex Stein, 99. This is 5 hours ago. Also, we have this Harris campaign advisor. We are optimistic that we are literally about to turn the page on Donald Trump and install, there's the key word there, install Vice President Kamala Harris. Listen to this.
We don't expect it. It'll be a long day. We don't expect this race to be called early. But we are optimistic that we are literally about to be able to turn the page on Donald Trump and install Vice President Harris as the next president of the United States.
Install, yeah. We know how that works. And then we got Jill Biden in her beautiful red suit. Yeah, clearly I think she actually voted for she voted for Trump, man. There's no question. Now, the pattern is undeniable from Chester County, Pennsylvania to Somerset County, New Jersey. Traditional Democrat strongholds are hemorrhaging support. CNN's own Dana Bash in full crisis mode. Chris Wallace admits it would take a miracle for Harris to win, and Biden is reportedly spending his final days in office binge-watching Netflix. The establishment's grip is slipping, so here's my question to you. What do you think finally broke the Democrat Party's hold on their base? Drop your analysis in the comments below. Okay, let's check in on the electoral map to see where we are. Also, Super Chat just came in from Philip Olson. He says, love you, buddy. I was your Uber driver. My Uber driver's here. Check that out. How cool. My Uber driver checking in. So right now we are looking at 210 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 113 for Harris. Checking in on Pennsylvania, drilling down into Pennsylvania. What are we seeing as it stands? 62% reporting in Pennsylvania. This is a key battleground state. The AP hasn't called the race, and we need to have this state. There is no question about it. Looks like Donald Trump is up by, 51.1% over Kamala Harris at 48, Jill Stein at 0.5, and Chase Oliver of the Libertarian Party at 0.5 as well. And Donald Trump is over Kamala by roughly 100,000 some odd votes, I would say. About 100,000 votes. So let's just keep our powder dry and our prayers ready so that we can take Pennsylvania. Looking also, let's go back into the chat and see what you guys are saying here. Any more super chats to note? Let's look in here. Okay, so not much really has changed. Georgia is at 51 to 48. Donald Trump is still ahead in that state by a couple points. That's really good to see. 90% reporting in Georgia. This is huge. Illinois, my state, of course, one of the states where dead people vote. Colorado, clearly blue. And New Mexico is still has Kamala Harris ahead, 52 to 45. Arizona is still looking good for Trump, but it is very slim in Arizona. Only 50% reporting so far. Donald Trump is only up by 0.2 points, 49.7 to 49.5. The margin there, just maybe 1,000 votes. And only half of the state is reporting. We still have Minnesota heavily in play. Only 9% reporting, though. Heavily in play for Donald Trump at this point, 61.2 to 36.5. Wisconsin at 50 to 48. Donald Trump so far, 56% reporting. Michigan, Donald Trump as well. We have 50.4 to 47.8. Donald Trump in the lead. So that's good, but only 26% reporting in Michigan. Georgia, again, looking at really good there. Florida, checking in on Florida, we got 56 to 42. Donald Trump, 97% reporting. And they've got, wow, millions of votes counted. How can these states that have millions of votes already be counted? But, it's always the swing states that seem to be behind. Yeah, that's always really curious, right? But at least right now, we're looking at 65% reporting in Pennsylvania. This is huge. It's a key race. And, of course, we have no results for Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Nevada, or California. It looks like Nevada, we should be seeing some results expected shortly. 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, we should see some stuff coming in from Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and California. Alaska, 12 a.m. Central Standard Time, and Hawaii also at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. So we're going to keep our close eye on that. New Hampshire, let's check on that. New Hampshire is at 51.8 to Kamala to 47.2 Donald Trump. All right. Checking in, Texas Treat says Texas doesn't take all night. How many are in Texas? Okay, 73% reporting. Texas is red in the red column, 56.2 to 42.6 for Donald Trump. Louisiana, Missouri, Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, all beautiful shade of red. Have your popcorn ready, says Mr. DJ. Cue the crying celebs for Kamala. Roll me one Kenobi's here. I love that. That's one of my favorite screen names. Roll me one Kenobi. Joe Gillette says Arizona is loaded with illegal aliens. No fraud in Texas, says Irvy. Last days revealed, remember, just because the state is mostly red, it could be sparsely populated, but the small blue areas have heavier population. Well, that's what happens in Illinois. We want to drill down to Illinois. It's a perfect example of that. Okay, look at that. There's Illinois. Okay, it's practically all red. But it is these blue counties that are the problem. Chicago being one of them. My county as well. Looks like it's going blue. The collar counties around Crook County to be precise, all heavy leaning blue or blue. So that's the problem. Look, we just had another blue one on the edge there, just flipping. But again, most of the state is red, right? That's how it is. Okay, we got some more news to get into. Let's cut this next segment. Got some breaking news across multiple states. We're tracking a wave of disruptions that's shaking the election to its core. In Georgia, bomb threats have shut down multiple polling locations in DeKalb County. Meanwhile, Milwaukee's having to recount 30,000 ballots after breaking machine seals were discovered. But here's what they don't want you to see. While Democrat areas report technical issues, Republican districts are showing record turnout despite every obstacle thrown their way. It's not a coincidence, folks. This is a pattern. And with the stress of watching the election chaos unfold, you need to hear this. Just like these voting machines are breaking down, your body's collagen, its production, is declining with age. The same system breakdown we're seeing at the polling places is happening in your body too, but there is a solution. Scientists discovered after age 20, your collagen drops 12% each decade. That's why I trust this unique collagen formula, combining 5 essential types for maximum results. Get 51% off right now at healthwithgary.com, plus receive free VIP health coaching, the 14 foods for amazing skin. It's an ebook, and free shipping, so take back your control at healthwithgary.com. Okay, let's check in with the election shenanigans that have been taking place all across the country today. This is a picture of a table in Michigan. Just 5 hours ago, this is the table where you fill out your ballot slip. Everyone waiting in line to fill one out and vote had to see these. This is election interference. This is what's known as electioneering. We have campaign materials right inside a polling location. That is a clear violation. People get very, very upset when that happens. But apparently in Michigan, people look the other way. And according to, this bomb threat, multiple locations were shut down. You know what they're blaming? They're blaming Russia. They're blaming Russia for the bomb threat. Let's take a look at this local news report.
Millions of votes have already been cast here in Georgia. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger has been giving updates throughout the day on how the state is progressing.
Fox 5's Denise Dillon joins us now live in Atlanta as people continue to head to the polls. Denise?
Yeah, and the Secretary of State says things seem to be running very, very smoothly. Here at the Secretary of State headquarters, there are a number of other journalists here, both local, national, and even some from other countries. And it really shows how the eyes of the world are on this election and on Georgia. Also here, members of the Democracy Defense Project, including former U.S. Senator Saxby Chambliss and former Atlanta Mayor Shirley Franklin. They're here to observe the Election Day process, and they said what they see is impressive.
Our purpose is try to make sure that every voter in the state of Georgia has a thorough understanding that our election process is safe, it's secure, and your vote is going to count.
I believe that we have the checks and balances in the process in Georgia. We've had an investment in technology. We have bipartisan support for the election processes. And this is to encourage everyone to vote.
And it seems everyone is voting. The Secretary of State says by the time polls close, more than 5 million Georgians will have cast their ballots. We are expecting updates from the Secretary of State throughout the evening, and we will bring you all the information you need to know throughout the night.
Okay, so that's the report from Georgia. Georgia's Secretary of State blamed Russia for a polling place bomb threat. The secretary said that all signs pointed to Russian meddling when the anonymous caller signed off, "Das Vidanya." Right. Here we go. This is the Secretary of State.
In places that we've heard about one bomb threat, have you heard any other verifiable threats at any polling places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it's a bomb threat.
So of Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did it?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to no mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election. And anything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are hasn't been reading the newspapers. Thank you so much.
Hasn't been reading the newspapers. Yeah, do you trust the newspapers anymore? 5 polling locations in DeKalb County, Georgia, shut down after receiving multiple bomb threats. DeKalb County police evacuating, clearing several precincts. FBI Atlanta issuing a warning. Here's more. Multiple bomb threats made in Georgia, specifically at polling places in Fulton County, DeKalb, and Cobb. Threats are especially concerning to the Harris campaign.
Poll closing. As we stand by waiting for the vote to close in Georgia, what's the latest you're hearing from the campaign?
Well, Jake, they are watching very closely what has been happening throughout the day, and it's seemingly increasingly as we get toward that poll closing deadline at the top of the hour, which is that there have been bomb threats being called in to polling places throughout the state of Georgia, Fulton County, DeKalb County, Cobb County, and others. These threats are non-credible. They are not believed to be credible, but they are being investigated. And as a result, some of these polling places maybe temporarily were closed, voters turned away. I was speaking to a senior Democrat down there in Georgia, watching this very carefully, saying they are hoping that voters will come back. Anyone who might have been scared away in those periods of time will come back and will cast their ballots. Some of those polling places also, Jake, are being kept open a little bit after the top of the hour. So this is an ongoing situation that they are watching very closely because of where this is happening. This is happening in the parts of the state where the Harris campaign and Democrats need to drive up turnout among Democratic-leaning voters. So when you have polling places that are closed temporarily, that's a problem for them, and they want to make sure that those voters end up coming back, Jake.
Yep. Yeah, who calls it bomb threats? Certainly not Trump supporters. Here we have, throughout the day, monitoring slow ballot counting in Milwaukee. Milwaukee, Wisconsin ballot counts took place in unsecured locations. Excuse me. Now the city had to start counting all over again. Laura Trump tweeting that throughout the day, we've been monitoring slow ballot counting in Milwaukee. Our legal team has learned that the counting took place in unsecured conditions, and the city now has to start over, wildly extending the counting timeline. This is an unacceptable example of incompetent election administration in a key swing state. Voters deserve better, and we are unambiguously calling on Milwaukee officials to do their jobs and count ballots quickly and effectively. Anything less undermines voter confidence. Okay, we also have this. This is Judicial Watch posting this just 4 hours ago. Election observers on the ground in Milwaukee investigating the recount of 30,000 absentee ballots. Let's listen.
Steady stream of people coming through here, and they're expecting this to be potentially one of the highest percentages of voters turnout that they have seen ever, with 95 potentially % of registered voters showing up here at this poll. But I do want to give you some new information that we have just gotten in the city of Milwaukee, which is about 20 miles from where we are. We are in the suburbs here. They are now saying, according to election officials there, that they're going to have to rerun about 30,000 absentee ballots through tabulating machines for an abundance of caution, because what they learned is that the doors of one of its tabulating machines were open. It hadn't been closed properly, and they want to make absolutely sure that the machine counted everything properly. So they are rerunning 30,000 ballots. Why that is important is it will mean that there will take a longer time to count those absentee ballots. And if you will remember, back in 2020, it was the absentee ballots and waiting for those to be counted, which we heard Donald Trump and the Republicans jump on, saying there's some sort of malfeasance. Officials are saying this is not the case. There was an issue with one of the machines not being closed properly, and they want to make, out of abundance of caution, sure that each and every vote is properly counted. So we may have to wait a steady stream of people coming through here. And
Okay, this is something else very interesting you guys need to be paying very close attention to. Dr. Robert Epstein, 4 hours ago, posting that search results are undeniably being manipulated and biased. These manipulations will sway undecided voters up to 80%. This little example is some of millions that we are recording. This is not just about our election. They're undermining our democracy. Okay, and he's posting a side-by-side search results for Trump and Harris. And you can see on the left, it's all virtually negative headlines. Donald Trump has lost his expletive. Meet the sleeper conservatives who could help fulfill Trump's promise to be a dictator on day one. Harris assails Trump for saying Liz Cheney should have rifles shooting at her. Trump at the Garden, a closing carnival of grievances, misogyny, and racism. Fact check. 6 days of Trump lies about the Hurricane Helene response. Those are all negative search results that are showing up for Trump. On Harris's side, though, Kamala Harris suddenly becomes favorite to win in top election forecast. Meet the conservative women who are keeping their votes for Kamala Harris a secret. Trump sues CBS News over 60 Minutes interview with Harris. Network says suit is completely without merit. So they're showing all negative headlines on Google when you search for Donald Trump, and of course positive when you search for Kamala. NBC News reports Milwaukee will be recounting the absentee ballots. We just covered that. A California poll worker explaining to Ivory Hecker that I don't have to show an ID and she doesn't want to see my piece of mail proving my address. Just write things down. They'll believe what you wrote.
You're a U.S. citizen. Okay. So what do I need if I'm not registered? I brought this mail. Do I need to prove my address or anything?
No, you'll be filling out an envelope. It will ask you if you're a U.S. citizen and if you are a resident of California and if you are 18 years of age.
So I moved here like 3 months ago. I don't have my California ID.
That's fine. It will either there's a line for your California driver's license number, but if you don't have that, then there's another line for the 4 last digits of your social security.
Oh, just do that. Okay.
Yeah. Cool. And then you will sign it. And that will be your signature that the registrar will.
Okay. What else have we got for you lined up in this segment? Okay, several polling locations in DeKalb County evacuated due to bomb threats. This is the official DeKalb County, Georgia notice. Laura Trump's on top of it all right now in Milwaukee, as we just stated. Here's some big news. Iowa voters being kicked out of voting, not allowed to vote for wearing MAGA gear. Iowa is not one of the states where wearing political gear is limited, but if you're wearing MAGA gear,
told us we weren't allowed to do that when we just quoted him the law, and he told us to get out of here and go to the auditor's office rather than vote. So just hold your ground, calling the police on the other line right now. So we'll make sure our rights are upheld in this country.
That's what we got to do. In Wisconsin right now, seals discovered broken on 15 out of 16 tabular machines. They were observed sealed at 8 a.m. this morning by poll watchers, broken by 2 p.m. in Milwaukee. Wow. Here we have a purple-haired election worker saying voting machines will not accept ballots. What?
The issue fixed on this.
Here we are in Cambria County in front of one of the voting centers, and you're one of the workers, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's happening?
So as of right now, the voting machines are just not scanning. We can accept the vote on the paper ballot. They are currently working on the issue. Once they get the issue fixed on the Scantron, that's the part that counts the vote, the machine that counts the vote, they will come back, fix it, and then the poll workers are going to scan in the ballot. Another thing that people need to know is the ballots are all delivered to the courthouse as a backup also.
Okay. Do you think there's any possibility that this chaos could, be, some type of conspiracy?
I'm sure there's going to be conspiracy theories out there. For myself, I think it's just a small error. I mean, it's a large error, but a small error at the same time. And I think it's just a coincidence at this point.
How many places?
Nothing's a coincidence when you're trying to steal an election. Okay, what else have we got lined up? We got the purple-haired poll watcher. Trump continues to allege voting fraud. Now in Detroit, adding heavy law enforcement is there. And Breaking 911 says there's no evidence of these claims. Okay. And this is probably one of my favorite memes that have come out lately. Whoever thought of this is genius. Yep, there it is. Donald Trump's going to win. Now this was somebody getting assaulted at a polling location in Battle Creek. But it does have a reader adding some context. Electioneering laws prohibit people from wearing political clothing near voting locations. This is Battle Creek, Michigan. Let's see what happens.
This lady just said she was a poll worker. You saw him just touch me.
I'm not a poll worker.
Let me cast my ballot, sir. You cannot touch me. Do not touch me like that again.
Take your hat off.
Do not touch me like that again.
Take your hat
Do not
off.
touch me like that again.
Ma'am.
Do not touch me. Hey, this man is refusing to let me cast my ballot.
This lady is refusing to take off her party designation.
That's not a party designation, sir. And actually, I'm an elected libertarian. So fuck off.
She's also being obscene.
So F off. Yeah, not taking any crap. Cambria County, Pennsylvania reportedly has voting machines down, so people can't vote. This is a heavy Republican area. Stay in line. Here is video of that moment. We need to win this election and then get rid of these terrible machines, which always seem to work in Democrat areas. Here is poll watchers in Florida, Marion County, being kicked out.
He's the supervisor of Marion County Election Center. I just got kicked out. He took away my badge. He revoked it for no reason, honestly. So I am very confused on what's going on. And yeah, there's definitely something shady going on here. But this is
something shady going on. Well, we are going to continue to track all of this. So for Michigan poll workers turning away MAGA voters to unprecedented irregularities in Milwaukee, we're seeing a clear pattern emerge. But here's what's different this time. Patriots are fighting back, documenting everything and refusing to back down. This is not the old playbook. Yes, it's not working anymore, and they're getting desperate. So here's my question to you. What is the most suspicious election irregularity you have witnessed or heard about in your area today? Share your experiences in the comments below. All right, let's check back in on our electoral map. Okay, we have some new developments. It looks like, of course, California has come in strong with 54 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Washington has 12 electoral votes. They are now calling that for Kamala Harris. She's jumped up to 179 electoral votes. Those are the new biggest developments. Checking in on Pennsylvania, we have, let's see here, Pennsylvania still ahead, 72% reporting. Donald Trump at 51.3% to Kamala Harris 47.7%. 19 electoral votes that are in play, leaning to Trump. Still Michigan as well. Trump leading very handily there, but only 30% reporting. We have Wisconsin, Trump up about 3 points, 63% reporting. Minnesota is at 13% reporting, and it is very heavily 13% for Donald Trump at 60 to 37. Arizona looking like it is in the Donald Trump category still at 49.7 to 49.5, 50% reporting. Woo, it's a nail biter, friends. 88% reporting in North Carolina. Donald Trump up about 2 points there. 88% reporting, 16 electoral votes on the line there. So 214 for Trump, 179 for Harris as it stands. Checking back in to our super chatters and our chat room. It's crazy because California shows 0% reporting, but it says she has California. Is that right? Yeah, 0% reporting. That's really bizarre, isn't it? I just saw that. Look at that. 0% reporting. How can they call it with 0% reporting? Okay. I mean, at least Oregon's got some counts. Washington has counts. 0% reporting, and they're already calling it for Kamala Harris. I mean, yeah, but still. Polls are going to end. We will still have a war. The blue is fading, says Gary Kuda Big Fish Winters. Interstellar frequencies calling fraud. I like turtles and Trump, says JT. All right. Let's see here. 1.1% reporting in California, says Elizabeth. Brian, I want to see if we can find a feed that we can bring up from Mar-a-Lago. Maybe there's an official feed we can tap into. I want to check it out. Let's see here. Okay. Let me just find if there is. Is Donald Trump posting anything on his channel? Let's see here. Well, I'm not seeing. You have a PBS feed, Brian? Is it is it YouTube feed? All right. If you could send that to me through Discord. I'm looking at his homepage. His homepage has no videos. It's so strange. All right, let me take a look at what you just sent through Discord real quick and see if we can bring this in. This is Trump hosting election night watch party at Mar-a-Lago. Okay. Now, if we want to bring in audio, how do it'll come with the tab? Okay, let's check in on Mar-a-Lago real quick.
Can I make one last point? $161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno raise by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the pact to keep the Senate majority, $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices.
And they're one seat away from the majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours, John Tester's the Democrat John Tester, the Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only 6% in. Yeah, he's down. You know,
just keep going a little bit there, right?
Yeah, 14 point. But I mean, that's in line with what.
Listen, it's
Yeah, we're just getting it fixed here. The video appears to be running right here for me. Oh, I see it. It does look like it's frozen. It shouldn't be. I mean, on my screen it shows that it's running. I can't even hear anything. Can you hear it? It's playing for me. I don't know. You can see it on my screen here. It's showing it's playing. Why would it be showing that you're not seeing it? I can't even hear anything in my headphones. The headphones don't work. The headphones are worse. Do you see it now? Well, what do I see here? I mean, I see the screen moving. I mean, I can't tell. What are people saying in chat? What do you guys see? You don't see the screen moving? Why do I see the screen moving? Oh, I don't see anything. Okay, so on this tab, how ridiculous is this? Okay, well, whatever. Do you see that? Do you see that? God, this stupid thing. Really, it's got to. I can't believe this is doing it to me on election night. Of all freaking nights, man. Let's see here. Try to find some audio to play because I can't even hear anything that's going on here. I can hear you. Okay, I'm stopping the screen share. I'm going to share my tab. And it just shows a gray box. Wait, there it is. But
years ago, 72% for Trump. Now, that's white workers, blue-collar workers, high school educated workers. I want to check back in here. Lehigh County Vice President getting 52%. It's a little bit out here. Again, you're looking for population centers now. This is the 10th largest of the 67 counties. If you're the Harris campaign, you're looking at population centers trying to say what's left in the places where there are a lot of people. Modest amount of people in Lehigh Valley, but you see it right there. 52, just want to come back. Joe Biden's at 53. You see the pattern that continues, right? You know, I was saying, Donald. Trump has to improve his standing a point or two in the suburbs. She has to match Joe Biden in the.
okay, let's jump back to. Okay, there we go. All right. I'm still trying to get the hang of this screen sharing situation, guys, so bear with me. Okay. All right, let's just jump to the next topic here. This is just technology is so grand. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's happening in the polling data right now is unprecedented. We're seeing numbers out of Michigan showing massive defections of black and Arab voters to Trump, and Florida Republicans are outpacing Democrats by stunning margins. Miami-Dade turning red, even in tiny Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, which gave Biden every single vote in 2020, just went for Trump. But here's what's sending shockwaves through the establishment: the rural turnout numbers that we're seeing in Pennsylvania. So while we're watching these shocking poll numbers come in, let me tell you about another American legend who's making waves. I'm talking about Chuck Norris. In his 80s, he's still demonstrating the kind of strength and energy that's mirroring the surge we're seeing in the polls. Just like these voter numbers are defying expectations, Chuck is defying age itself. He made a video revealing the one simple change that's keeping him stronger than a man half his age. His wife tried it too and says she feels a decade younger. Watch a shocking video. A video that's shocking America by going to chuckdefense.com/next or clicking the link below. Will change everything you thought you knew about aging. All right, let's get into it now. So this is some polling data from earlier in the day. First up, we have fully counted county in Kentucky. The first one showed Trump at 78 percent to Harris. NBC News projects Donald Trump will win the state of Kentucky, awarding him the first 8 electoral votes needed to become the next president. Kamala Harris projected to win Vermont. Donald Trump is the first candidate, this was 4 hours ago, to pass the 100,000 votes in presidential election. Kamala Harris currently behind by about 50,000 votes. 4 hours ago, we saw Indiana be called for Donald Trump. Maine, polls open until 8 p.m. We are clearly past that time. If you're in line by the cutoff, you must vote. A huge line at UNLV's campus. This is full of college students, young patriots, want their country back. Trump will give it to them. Trump has flipped Wisconsin today in the poly market as the day has gone on. He also retook the lead in Nevada. Pennsylvania is shaded red. Confidence for Trump is high. This is before the polls close. Early results coming in from Kentucky, of course. Donald Trump taking the lead there. Libs of TikTok quite excited earlier today. 4 hours ago, it has started. And yes, we now know that Donald Trump has taken Indiana and Kentucky, with Kamala Harris, of course, taking Vermont. What else have we got here? Charlie Kirk says, so far what we can glean from Indiana and Kentucky, and it's admittedly limited, we're going to outperform 2020 in those states by a few points, and rural are holding steady even while turnout in urban centers seems down nationwide. If rural continues performing on par with 2020 or slightly ahead, that's a good sign for Republicans. Tara Bull, it is happening. Everyone excited when the first states started to flip. Counting began hours ago in Kentucky and Indiana, and of course, we've taken those states. Let's listen to this former Obama voter.
Was cut.
Josh, can you tell us a little bit about why you cast your vote for Trump tonight?
I guess it'd have to do with I'm more of like a blue collar worker, and I knew that one of the things he said he was going to do was cut taxes for overtime. So then that's how I make a lot of my money. So that was like probably the main driving force. I won't lie.
So for you, it's really a financial decision more than anything else?
Right. Yeah, I'd probably say that, especially with the way the economy's been. So.
Did you vote for Trump in the past in 2016 and 2020?
I didn't.
You didn't. So did you vote at all in 2016 and 2020?
No, I didn't actually.
Oh, interesting. So this is the first presidential election that you've cast a ballot for in a few cycles now.
Yeah, I think Obama was the last person I voted for. I won't lie.
Josh, can you tell us a little bit about why you cast your ballot for Trump tonight?
I guess it'd have to do with I'm more of like a blue collar worker, and I knew that one of the things he said he was going to do.
I just got a note from Mancow Mueller. He says, according to the New York Times, the final count will be, this is the New York Times, 301 electoral votes for Trump, 237 for Harris, and predicting he will win the popular vote. New York Times. This is moments ago. This is according to Mancow Mueller. He's been texting me all night, and his feed, his X feed is on fire. So let's continue taking a look here. Maybe we'll just hop over to the Mancow Mueller feed and see what Mancow is saying on his feed. Okay, 24 minutes ago, he says the Senate has flipped. Cruz wins big. Kamala, even she wins, is now neutered, winning Iowa by 14 points. This is also just a few moments ago. Per the White House official, Biden went to bed at 9:30. News Nation calling every state a half hour before anyone else. I think it's going to be tough next half hour to hour, however. And the next is Georgia. Let's take a look. He said the New York Times. Let's see what they're saying about that prediction. That's huge if it's true. I have no reason to doubt him. Okay, without jeopardy, there's no transformation. No, this is actually, I'm searching his account. Let's check. New York Times. The latest from the Times. New York Times is now predicting Trump will win the popular vote. Brian, you can go there. Thank you. This is historic popular vote estimate by 0.3 points. New York Times is saying President Trump's reelection is likely. Live presidential forecast. New York Times, 5 minutes ago. Election Needle says Trump is likely to win the election, with it being 91%. We're going to get a repost on that. Make sure you're following us on X so you can see what we're tracking and sharing. New York Times has moved the race from lean Trump to likely Trump. They also give him winning every single battleground state that's begun counting votes. And they think Trump will win Michigan by 6 points. New York Times giving Trump a 90% chance of winning. This is huge, huge news, my friends. Huge news. Let's continue back with some of the stuff we were tracking earlier today. But New York Times is now basically calling the race. Here's somebody in San Diego, California, waited in line for an hour. This is the look at the line as I'm walking to my car. It's doubled in size. This was 4 hours ago. This was posted by Ivory Hecker. Florida already showing big numbers, and we now know Florida has completely flipped for the red team. Folks all over Pennsylvania, massive turnout, good start, but we need more. There should not be a single Republican PA who stays home today. We need everyone. And looking at Pennsylvania right now, it is still in the red category. Diligent Denizen, 12 hours ago, posted this. Let's listen.
County, we're getting reports. What's up, everybody? Diligent Denizen here. I am here with the one and only Scott Pressler.
Let's go.
We're getting reports that there are long lines in Bucks County. We're getting reports that there are long lines for voting in Beaver County. We're getting reports of long lines in Luzerne County. What else am I missing, Scott?
Schuylkill and Pike County. Now, those last two counties that I just mentioned, those are rural, red, ruby Republican counties that we need sky-high, big league turnout in order to offset Erie, Allegheny, Philadelphia. And so that's why in this election we have focused on all 67, and I think we're seeing the fruits of our labors come to fruition.
And not only that, we're getting reports that men are showing up. We needed men to show up today in this election, and we are getting reports that they are showing up. We're going to win this for Donald Trump. Let's go.
Yeah, baby. Dude, Scott Presser is a beast, man. That guy is just relentless. He does not stop. I don't know how he does it. I don't know. I keep track of it all. Here is, this was on October 4th. This is CNN's Harry Enton said the new data is bad sign for Kamala Harris. As only 28% of Americans believe the country's on the right track. This is October 4th. Let's listen.
Senior Julia and Sarah were just talking about exploding expectations, way over expectations. Unemployment low at 4.1%, dropping. Seems to say the economy is in a good place. One of the numbers, Harry Enton, senior data reporter Harry Enton is here. One of the numbers we always talk about in elections is, do voters think the country is on the right track or the wrong track? What do the polls show?
Yeah, if we look at whether voters believe we're on the right track or the wrong track, I think that this sort of gets at a problem for Kamala Harris's campaign. Just 28% of Americans think the U.S. is on the right track. And I want you to put that in a perspective, right? When does the average, when the incumbent party loses the election, look at that. It's just 25%. That looks a heck of a lot like that 28%, right, that currently think the country is on the right track. When the White House party wins, i.e. Kamala Harris's party, the Democrats, 42% on average think that the country is on the right track. This 25% looks a lot more like this 28%. It doesn't look anything like this 42%. This, to me, is a bad sign for Kamala Harris's campaign. The bottom line is it looks a lot more like a loser than it does like a winner when it comes to the country being on the right track.
Can an incumbent party win with numbers like this?
Yeah, so if we look historically speaking, right, and we say, okay, say the U.S. is on the right track, the incumbent party, when they win. Today, again, it's just 28%. Look throughout history, right? 96, 88, 04, 12, 84. In all of these instances, far more than 28% thought that the country was on the right track. 39 was the lowest back in 1996. We got upwards of 47% in 84. Of course, that was a blowout, right, for Ronald Reagan. So there is no historical precedent for the White House party winning another term in the White House when just 28% of the country thinks that we're on the right track. John, simply put, it would be historically unprecedented.
So is there any good news or interpretation or prism you can look through where Democrats can say, well, maybe it's okay?
Okay, so let's look back to the last midterm, because sometimes history is made to be broken, Mr. Berman. All right, say the country is on the right track in midterms. Democrats had a good midterm despite this. The old low for the country saying that we were on the right track was 27% back in 1994. Of course, that was a blowout, right? The Republicans romped over the Democrats and Bill Clinton. But this particular past midterm, look, just 26% said that the country was on the right track, and Democrats did pretty gosh darn good. Maybe we've entered a new political environment where Donald Trump is so unpopular that these historical norms, these historical measures that we look at, don't actually mean what we think anymore. I'll tell you this much. Kamala Harris better hope that's the case, because otherwise this right track, wrong direction situation will not work out in their favor.
The other thing Democrats do say is numbers like the jobs numbers we just saw, they are seeing things improve a little bit week by week on the margins.
Yeah, I would say, look, right now, if we're saying, 28% of the country is on the right track, that number was closer to low 20s at the beginning of the year. So it has gone up a little bit, but still, you're very much in the danger zone when we're looking at that right track, wrong direction number. That's where Democrats are right now. They're going to have to hope that there's a historical norm broken like there was in the past midterm, because if there isn't, Donald Trump's going to end up in the White House.
I will tell you, no one except for Tom Cruise in Top Gun likes being in the danger zone. Harriet, and thank you very much for that. Goose did. Okay?
I don't even know what to do. I'm going to leave it because that was really
always best with John to just leave it.
I know, but there was a...
That was great. Henry Enton. Okay, let's check in real time right now as we are watching the real time results come in. Let's bring up this tab right now. Let's see here. We've got, okay, right now we are looking at 192 to 230 currently. But as we just reported, it is in fact New York Times catching us all off guard, basically calling it for Donald Trump right now. And what is trending, Brian, we can go back to the main feed here. The Harris campaign is silent. This is what's trending right now on X. The Harris campaign is silent. What does that mean? Silence falls on the Harris campaign. CNN is reporting Kamala Harris headquarters has fallen into complete silence. Crowds of supporters visibly tense, some seen pacing while others are beginning to lose hope as updates come in.
Give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia. That is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment.
Georgia currently still in the red category. It's pretty close, 51 to 48.3%. But people are getting very nervous. Clown World, 40 minutes ago, Fox is saying the Harris campaign is no longer giving comments. Wow, this is all trending right now on X. Silence at the Kamala Harris campaign. Wow. Let's see. Is this more?
What are they telling?
The same one. Okay. So the evidence is overwhelming from Erie County's record-breaking lines to the severe cracks. ABC News is reporting in the Democrat base, we're watching a realignment that defies every mainstream media prediction. Even Chris Wallace had to admit the numbers are devastating for Harris, and the question isn't if there's a red wave, it's how big it is. So here's what I want to know from you. What was turnout like at your polling location today? Let us know in the comments below. Okay, let's check in with our live chat. There was a super chat that came in. I love seeing those. And remember, you get priority treatment here at the Next News Network. Beth Henson, she's dropping $9.99, Trump 2024. Thank you so much, Beth, for dropping that. You guys all make this show possible. Philip Olson dropping that $1.99. Texas Treat, dropping a 10 spot almost, just a penny shy. Go Trump, he says. Right on. And of course, we have Debbie, who dropped her 50 spot earlier. That was awesome. And my Uber driver dropping $1.99. Let's go back to the main feed and see what you guys are talking about right now. Let's see. Greetings, Patriot says, and on karma. So many commies in this country, says Joe. I appreciate you, said Beth. Thank you. I appreciate you too. Rosebud Adkins, we will keep working for good reforms. AJ Collins says, my grandson was Trump for Halloween. We made the Trump train. People loved it. That's beautiful. So beautiful. All right, let's get into our next topic of the night, and we will continue to monitor everything that is going on with the latest when we get back. This is the election endgame. Okay. Are we ready to do this? Seems like we're having like serious overload. Something's going on here. Is it working? I can't tell. What's up? All I see is my icon on the screen here. I don't see me. This is the stream's like, I guess we are. Yeah, there we are. Okay. It's just really laggy right now, even though we upgraded the internet today. All right, let's continue. Breaking just moments ago, Elon Musk departed for Mar-a-Lago to join Trump and J.D. Vance for what could be a historic victory celebration, but that's not all that's happening tonight. The deep state's response, well, they're planning to test a hypersonic nuclear missile just hours after the polls close. Meanwhile, Vivek Ramaswamy has dropped a bombshell about Joe Biden's true feelings about tonight's likely outcome. The establishment is showing its hand, folks, and what we're seeing is both revealing and disturbing. And speaking of Trump's momentum, there's something else surging right now, testosterone levels in men who discover this shocking truth. Just like we're exposing election manipulation, we need to expose what's killing your T levels. Most men blame age for low energy and motivation, but here's the truth. One common food is crushing your T levels. The establishment's been lying about this, just like they're lying about the polls. V-Shred's groundbreaking video reveals exactly what this testosterone-killing food is. Head to sculptnation.com/NNN or click below to discover the truth they don't want you to know. Your energy and vitality, they depend on it. All right, let's get into this first one here. Okay, this was on Fox News earlier today when Donald Trump cast his ballot. And, of course, he's getting nasty remarks from the press. Here's the question he was posed.
I have to tell them that.
Can you tell your supporters that there should be no violence and that they should accept?
I don't have to tell them that. I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence. Unlike your question, you believe in violence.
Suck it. You remember yesterday we showed you how they're boarding up cities all across the country, erecting razor wire fence around the White House, boarding up Washington, D.C. It's not because MAGA supporters are going to run around with Molotov cocktails. It's because Antifa and the rabid leftists are going to lose their minds when Donald Trump wins this thing. Even the New York Times is already saying that the whole thing is leaning to Trump. 301 electoral college votes, they're saying right now. Elon Musk did confirm that he is at Mar-a-Lago.
It was true or not, Elon said that you're going to be celebrating or watching the election results over at Mar-a-Lago tonight. Is that true?
That is true. I actually just voted in South Texas because I'm registered to vote in Cameron County, which is where Starbase is, from my little house on William Street, which is now called Meme Street. So I just voted, and now I'm headed to Florida, I'll just be there with President Trump and JD and.
It was true or not, Elon said that you're going to be celebrating.
So Elon is at Mar-a-Lago right now. And if you didn't see this, this is, I think, probably one of the most iconic moments. This was last night. Donald Trump was at rallies until 2 a.m. last night. And this is the last moment, his final exit, walking out. There he goes. The final exit, the final rally. President Trump right there. Oh, man, that guy's a machine. Vivek Ramaswamy, listen to this. This is him with Jesse Waters.
Birdie told Trump a lot about New Hampshire. All of a sudden, we're hearing stuff about Virginia, New Jersey. A little birdie told Trump something about New Jersey. What are those little things telling you?
Well, look, I think one of the things that we've seen from Donald Trump this cycle, which is unique, is he's not just going to the traditional swing states. I mean, we were together at that Madison Square Garden rally in supposedly hard blue New York with 200,000 people lined up outside. And so what we're seeing across the country, and I think this is true to the campaign, Donald Trump and the Republicans that are running for office, we're not just running to lead one party, to lead red states, but to lead the United States. And so I think it's a beautiful thing. Donald Trump is making that stop in Virginia, speaking about New Jersey, showing up in the middle of New York City, hard Manhattan would have been unimaginable before. That's the opportunity ahead of us, is to unite a nation. That's what's at stake here. The Democrats are playing divide and conquer. You look at the identity politics game they've played all the way to selecting the top of their ticket, and for that matter, identity politics and selecting Tim Walz as their VP. We're rejecting that, and I do think that there's a special opportunity here. We're all going to be thrilled if Donald Trump wins on election night, as we expect. There's only one person who I think could be more thrilled than any of us, Jesse, and that's probably Joe Biden. That's a matter for another day. But I do think that we are going to have a winning coalition here that unites the country, maybe even Joe Biden along with us.
That's hilarious. Here we have Rachel Maddow. She's not happy. She's not happy. She thinks that all of Elon Musk's contracts should be pulled.
$1 billion contract. Even if Trump doesn't win, the Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets and for all the multi-billion-dollar contracts Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is an untenable reality in national security terms.
Oh, my.
Now that we know what we know about Elon Musk.
Give me a break, Rachel. Seriously? Because you don't like the way he's supporting President Trump? You want to penalize all of his businesses? Okay, this guy is making NASA look like a bunch of fools. He's making Boeing, who can't even get their astronauts out of space, making them look like fools. And Boeing, how long have they been part of the military-industrial complex? Elon shows up, starts PayPal, makes millions upon millions of dollars, billions of dollars, starts Tesla, SpaceX, the Boring Company, buys X, unleashes free speech back again, decides that he doesn't like what he's seeing in this country because of the Biden-Harris administration destroying it, decides to throw his hat in the Trump ring, his MAGA hat, getting his dark MAGA going, and you just can't stand it? Rachel, you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm surprised you still have a job. She makes me so sick. Here's Donald Trump. This is when he returned home late last night, arriving at Mar-a-Lago from his last campaign rally. Happy Election Day, Mr. President. Happy Election Day. Oh, and on a lighter note, we have this. Yes, Josh Gad has revealed the script for Spaceballs 2 is complete, so we have some more good news for you. Not only is Donald Trump leading all across the country, the sequel, the long-awaited sequel to Spaceballs 2 is finally in the works. It's a dream to be able to finally make the reality prophesized by yogurt in the first movie happen. I can't say more than that. What is the prophecy of yogurt? We should look that up. Does anyone know that? Drop a comment if you know what the prophecy of yogurt is from Spaceballs 2. And then we have this. Yeah, a little bit different news. U.S. is set to test a hypersonic nuclear missile tonight, hours after election polls close, amid growing World War III fears. These Marxists are unbelievable. Yep. U.S. to test hypersonic nuclear missile tonight after the election. The United States is set to conduct a test of a hypersonic nuclear missile shortly after the polls close. So, lots of good news to report. Donald Trump leading. The left is melting down, and America is about to be first again. Now, the pieces are falling into place. Musk joining Trump at Mar-a-Lago, the deep state's desperate moves with that missile test, and the establishment media's panic as their narrative crumbles. Trump's final rally in Grand Rapids showed the incredible energy of his movement while Harris struggles to fill a university auditorium. This is not just an election anymore, it's a turning point. So here's what I want to know from you. What do you think is the real reason behind that suspiciously timed missile test? Share your thoughts below. Okay, folks. Now let's get into the latest results. We will check in on Mar-a-Lago as well. We've got that feed. Hopefully it will be stable for us. Right now, we are looking at 230 electoral votes currently for Donald Trump to Harris's 205. So this is a big, big lead right now. Nevada is still in the column currently. Results are expected soon. Utah is solid red. Arizona is, let's see here. Arizona, wow, it is still close. Still only 50% reporting. What's up with the other 50%? What's going on there? 49.8% for Trump, 49.4%. Remember, in 2020, it was Fox News that called Arizona, like before any votes were even cast. And it sent the entire election results into a tailspin. A lot of people believe that was intentional by the folks at Fox, just to piss off Trump. Wisconsin clearly still in the Trump column, 72% still reporting, 51 to 47.6. Michigan is reporting as well. And I'm also getting reports that my family is watching as well. Gabby and Sadie watching. What's up, Gabby and Sadie? Dom. Let's see. My brother Martin also keep going, G. We're watching as a family right now. Mancow Mueller says Trump has control of the Supreme Court votes no matter what. This is huge. My cousin Jenny sending in her messages. She says to Chuck Schumer, "You're fired." Yes, we definitely would love to see that. My buddy Tom. What, Brian? Oh, we got the Mar-a-Lago feed up. Excellent. He's saying, what a great night. Joe Biden's very confident he will win today. Sure. I messaged Mark Dicey if he could join the feed. He said, no, sorry, I'm exhausted. And it's almost time for cable news to start melting down because things are looking good for Trump. Elon, who's at Mar-a-Lago, declared Trump will win. He sent me that message just about an hour ago. I asked him what his thoughts were on the outcome. He said, more likely than not, Trump wins. This woman, Kamala, is repulsive. And things have gone so far off the rails in the last 4 years, a lot of first-time Republican voters standing up and finally pushing back. So Mark Dice weighing in as well. Let's see. Why is W no Florida? We don't know Michigan. Yes, Michigan we don't know yet. We still don't know. Top Doge. What's up, Top Doge? Dropping a 20 spot. Let's see where that is. Top Doge. What is he saying here? Top Doge. The Top Doge. Trump is likely going to win the popular vote. Patriots like Gary and others have successfully turned the U.S. into a MAGA majority. Fight, fight, fight. If you don't know Top Doge, he had a song that went totally viral. Maybe it was about a month ago. He just released a new song as well. Check him out on X. Make sure you follow him there as well, and you can get all of his releases and everything else he's got. Great guy. Glad to count him among our friends in the MAGA family here. Checking in on just the feed here while we're keeping an eye on Mar-a-Lago in the feed. Let's see what's happening right now. Let's see. Elon Musk at game, set, match. Kevin Sorbo. Polymarket. Holy cow. 94.2% to 5%. That's Polymarket. Ryan Saavedra, New York Times, has a 90% chance of winning Trump, projecting at 300 plus electoral votes. Game, set, match. Here's Elon's message here. Game, set, match. Right Angle News. We follow them. Want to follow back. All Patriots are staying off the entire night until the election results are certified. Cardi B. She's getting desperate. She got up off her knees, wiped her mouth, and she said, we need a Hail Mary. Yep, even she's getting nervous because she's worried that Trump's going to prevent her from getting all the abortions that she needs. Ed Krasenstein. Oh, he's crying. It's becoming more evident that Trump will win. America spoke. I may not like the outcome, but that's what America is about. Democracy is what the most important thing is here. Let's hope we can unify as a nation. Okay, I'll give you some points there for the unity speak, even though you're a freaking nasty troll. Alex Jones says election bombshell. Trump is on path to declare victory within an hour. Watch and share the live feed. Laura Trump, Carolina, is all in for Grandpa. That's a nice Trump hat. It's probably real gold, too. Health Ranger, don't celebrate too early. According to my predictions, Democrats are going to carry out the Great Steal over the next 72 hours. They will steal Pennsylvania, Virginia, Michigan, Wisconsin, or whatever combination of swing states are necessary. Oh, come on, Health Ranger. Mike, please, don't do this to me right now. Don't do this to me, Mike. I love you. But I can't, we know. We are all worried about the very same thing. Ugh. But he says, don't celebrate too early. This is 36 minutes ago. General Mike Flynn is he live here? I'm not sure what exactly is going on his feed. Our Country, Our Choice. Election night with Douglas McGregor. President Trump won more votes out of Lancaster County than in 2020. Scott Pressler. Let's see what else. Check latest. Okay. Vice President Kamala Harris. What was that? Oh, here's 8 minutes ago. We got something 8 minutes ago from Joy Reid. What happened? Where'd it go? Okay, hang on. Elon Musk, 17 minutes ago. If the election outcome is as I expected, it should cause a large minority of the country who support Kamala Harris and predicted her victory to begin to question their sources of truth. Yeah, of course. Okay, let's see what else we got. Oh, we got Guardian 1. What's up? Dropping a 20 spot. Trump all the way, Guardian 1. Thank you for that. Keeping some gas in the gas tank for the show here. 70% of the vote, Ian Miles Chong. In Pennsylvania, Trump leads by over 160,000 votes. It's not even close. Let's take a look here at our map. Okay, 83% reporting. Donald Trump is up in Pennsylvania. He wins that. He will be at, 230, 249 once he takes Pennsylvania, and that's where it looks like it's going. Oh, what's this? Why are boxes of ballots still arriving in Detroit's Bureau of Election via cars with California plates? 2 minutes ago? Oh, wow. That's shady. You can see it right there. I know it's difficult to make it out, but that's what's going on in that little screen right there. Why are boxes of ballots still arriving? This is from Project Veritas. Tim Pool, 10 minutes ago. Donald Trump, 96.7%. He must be showing Polymarket. Here's Donald Trump. A photograph. Looks like this is Mar-a-Lago. And there's Dana White right there. Dana White, Elon Musk, sitting at the table. And looks like they've actually got CNN on in the background. Look at that. That's an epic shot, isn't that? Maria, Kama, Cry Me a River. Maria. Let's see. There she is. There's Maria. Thank you for that. $9.99. That's a beautiful picture, man. That's going to go down in history for sure. Joe Biden, when he sees Kamala walking into the White House meeting room after losing the election. Yeah, that's beautiful. Trump is now projected to win Maine. 11 minutes ago, according to the Google results, we are looking at Maine with 32% reporting. But if I'm not sure who's projecting this, but Maine is apparently now been called. So we'll wait for our map to update here. But that's 4 electoral votes on the board for Donald Trump. That brings him up to 234 once that flips. And, of course, Pennsylvania. Whew. Here are the Soy brothers hanging out. Liberal hive mind. Donald Trump leading almost 4% in Pennsylvania. 84% and counting. It could be over right there. Arabs and Muslim voters in Dearborn, Michigan flooded the polls for Trump. Kamala Harris is currently in 3rd place. What? Wow. Arab and Muslim voters in Dearborn. They went for Trump. And look at, dude, they put Stein up at 33% in Dearborn, Michigan. And apparently Elon is torching AOC. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, 3 hours ago. We ran 80,000 election simulations, and women are pissed off and well organized in every one of them. And he says the reality is that an enormous number of sensible, smart women voted for Donald Trump. He would not have won without them. Jim Justice flipping West Virginia Senate seat from blue to red. So we picked up a Senate seat as well. Polymarket, of course, this is huge. Jeremiah O'Connor! What's up, my buddy? Dropping a 10 spot. What's up, Jeremy? Great to see you, man. Great to see you, dude. Thanks for tuning in. All right. What else have we got going on here? Savage. Harris campaign reportedly working on a concession speech. Is that right? This is 7 minutes ago. The concession speech is being drafted. Oh, Lord, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, man. Holy cow. This is a beautiful thing. And I want to tell you something, guys. Oh, man. I'm going to play a clip for you guys because it's one of the things that I have been holding on to ever since I learned about it. And when Donald Trump took that bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania, there was a pastor who had made he had a prophecy. It was 4 months before. I know you guys have seen this, but it's been something that I have been holding close in my heart for quite a while. Been holding on to that message. And I'm going to find that clip because I posted it here in response to something that the health ranger had posted. Oh, come on, don't make me go all the way back. Really? Now I got to go back to all my media. Let's see, maybe there's a better way to do this. I don't know. Winning media. How do I show this correctly? Pastor. Maybe that's it. What? I really want to show this with you guys. I'll get to it, don't worry. But we've got a lot of good news, but this is what I've been holding on to in my heart since I saw it. It's very important that we play this for you guys. Because this is the prophecy of the win. This is the prophecy of the assassination attempt long before it happened. This is all of our time at Mar-a-Lago. Here it is. Finally found it. Brian, take this full screen for me, would you?
America again. Yeah, but it was not necessarily an old guy. It was like a mantle of telling people in these old churches, like trying to reform America again, bringing back America. Because the Lord told me, He said, I am not done with America. Amen. He said there's going to be a new wave of patriotism coming out, and that's whenever I saw Trump, and I saw a red wave coming out of Michigan, and then I saw Oklahoma, and there was embers of people, and they were all on they had torches all throughout Oklahoma, and they were raising up these torches that looked like fire, and they were bringing forth a new patriotism upon the nation, and it was being birthed, and it just kept spreading like fire all throughout America, all throughout. And I saw Trump rising up, and then I saw an attempt on his life. This bullet flew by his ear, and it came so close to his head that it busted his eardrum. And I saw he fell to his knees during this time frame, and he started worshiping the Lord. He got radically born again during this time frame. I'm talking. People say he's saved now, but he becomes really on fire for Jesus, for what I saw coming. And then I saw people interceding when I saw him winning the presidency through great. The Lord showed me it would go clear into the summer. Great persecution would come on him through the judges and through the law and all these people trying to sue him and all this stuff. But there would be a stop to it, and there things would start to break free come toward the fall. And then I saw him winning the election through the Patriots coming out and voting, and then there will be a great economy crash. Yeah. I saw they had a great economy plan a crash. Worse than the Great Depression. And the Lord warned me about this. It would be a great dark time. But I saw paddles coming upon America's soil like a shocking of the soil. And I saw Donald Trump praying in the office of the Oval Office. And he was weeping before the Lord with his hands on his head like this, but he was weeping. And there was ministers and people. I don't know if they were senators or Congress people or whatever. I just saw them pacing and back and forth inside of the White House. And sorry, what is the White House? But it's the Oval Office. Yeah. And they were interceding all inside there, and I could feel the presence of the Lord so strong on this. And then I could see that darkness that was the heaviness upon America with the financial crisis of what I saw coming. It started to lift above the trees, and I saw the blue and the things coming back out, and the green times and the good times coming back again. But the Lord said it would be forth a time of a season of a shaking, and it would be a shaking to awaken. And in this, this would basically that He was not done with America. There would be a great revival come, and it's not all doom and gloom. That's what He said. The sky's not falling. There's a time of, it's like people would say, this is judgment. And the Lord said, do not call this judgment. It's not my judgment. It's a correction. There's correction coming. Yeah, but it was not.
I'm going to do a quote tweet on this. So I did see a chat message that came in. Somebody asked for me to share this link. So go to my X feed. You'll find it right now at the top. And I will type, it is coming to pass. All right.
Necessarily an old guy.
At the top of my feed right now. Okay, going back, checking in on some of the other things here. Farzad says, X and Podcast One 2024 legacy media is dead. Good riddance. MSNBC just reported PA officials told them to expect a bigger drop of absentee ballots tonight. And there it is. Oh boy. Absentee ballots. A big drop, MSNBC. Oh, man, come on. Canadian state broadcasters are having a complete meltdown over Trump's impending victory. Let's see what they're saying
talking
here.
about this.
In your state.
Let's talk about exactly the question that you're asking is one that I've been catching a lot of heat for answering on air, and we've been talking about this in the last week or two. You're talking about the propaganda campaign and the playbook of Trump. This is not new. This is not surprising. This is directly out of Hitler's playbook. This is out of an autocrat playbook. This is a way to, I mean, the things that Trump has done masterfully, frankly, is to get the entire, to get a big part of the population to believe that the game is rigged and to sow distrust in public institutions and the free press. That is a tried and true playbook that we have seen time and time before that has resulted in really disastrous things for society. And that is what's working. And so it's actually quite simple. When you tell a big enough lie over and over and over, people are going to believe it. Even when folks around him like Rudy...
I don't even want to hear it anymore. Decision Desk HQ projects that Republicans have won enough seats to control the United States Senate. Holy cow. That's huge. Holy cow. That is awesome. 14 minutes ago. Rosebud says Trump is ready for the cheat this time. I saw a super chat come through. Let's see. There was a super chat. Miguel. What's up, Miguel? 3 minutes ago. 1999. Thank you for putting some gas in the tank for the show. Republicans have officially gained Senate control.
Fox Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out. And that means, because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority. But we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate. But right now, a 51-seat majority for the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California. But this is a big deal, Britt Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Oh, wow, that's great news, man. That is great news. Republicans have taken control of the Senate. We needed that. If we can keep the House, holy cow, man. Trump gets in, it is America first, and it's going to be like a bulldozer through the swamp. General Mike Flynn, 19 minutes ago, he says that Trump needs to declare victory tonight. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she is celebrating her third term in Washington. Health Ranger 47 minutes ago, if Trump pulls through and actually implements the vote reform that critically is needed, paper ballots nationwide, voter ID, sterilized ballots, same day voting, counting, Democrats are done for a generation. Without cheating, the Dems have very little. Wow. Blair White, in case you're wondering how the election is going, there's two faces. There's Chunk and Alex. Massive crowd awaiting rightful President Trump's election night speech. Kamala wishes she had this much support. 18 minutes ago, how strange. Decision desk still says only 95% reporting, but Kamala's lead in Virginia continues to grow. What's up with that? Projected winner Ukraine for Kamala Harris, of course. All right. Let's see. The tide has changed. Here is the red wave coming in strong. Here's President Trump when he arrived at Mar-a-Lago. Beautiful moment. 2 hours ago, he said, California, one more hour. Representative Byron Donalds is keeping his seat. 44 minutes ago. 89% chance of winning Michigan, according to the New York Times. Let's continue. Yes, Tucker's doing a live stream from Mar-a-Lago as well. An electric scene at Trump Las Vegas. Fox News called North Carolina for Donald Trump. Are we having fun yet? Antifa is getting ready to riot in Seattle.
Do not interfere with the police.
Yep, the left is getting ready to melt down. There's David Hogg. He says, this is the bad place. I ran into him in New York. After we were leaving the hotel, I saw him sitting down in the lobby, went up to him and snapped a selfie. And I was like, all right, what's up, man? And then he asked me what I was doing in New York. I was at the Trump rally. And that's when he's like, oh. We had an interesting conversation, to say the least. USS is preparing to mobilize additional resources to Florida per White House official. U.S. Secret Service. Okay, that was an hour ago. Bold predictions. Trump wins. Donald Trump's victory draws closer. Some liberals on X are contemplating horrible things to do to themselves. 14 minutes ago, Mancow Mueller says, Trump, I think we are here. We were here 3 years ago. Now, no matter what, they've got control of the Supreme Court. They've got control of the government. If Kamala gets in, she's completely neutered. Stay up a bit longer because when they call Pennsylvania, it's over. Trump wins. And of course, we just saw that they're preparing for another ballot drop, according to MSNBC. 10 minutes ago, CNN's John King, shocked by Trump's comeback, says he was given up for dead, but now is overperforming by 3% or more.
This is Trump overperforming. I just want to show you something. Bring it up. Remember January 6th? Donald Trump was finished. Even Republicans were running away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is done as a national politician. I want to show you something. This is Trump overperforming his 2020 performance by 3% or more. Right? This is a statewide look. We're not done with some of these counts out here, so this will change a little bit. But Donald Trump overperforming 2020 after January 6, 2021. That's the statewide look. Look at this. Just look at this when you go to full counties. Look at how many counties across America, 994 of the 4,000 plus, 4,600 plus counties and townships, especially up this way, part of the country, they don't call them counties, they call them townships, but in nearly 1,000, 993 right now. This will change as we go through, but Donald Trump is overperforming, and look at where they are. He's mostly performing in red areas. His vote is getting higher in the areas where he wins elections. Yes, there are some blue places where he's overperforming, but just look at battleground Pennsylvania. Look at all these red counties, places that Trump wins, where he's overperforming by 3% or more what he did in 2020. Then you come out here, let's go up to battleground Michigan. These are the decisive states left on the board right now. Look at in the areas, those are his base areas, he's getting more. The same over here in battleground Wisconsin. So the former president of the United States, given up for dead, Jake, after January 6, 2021, is running stronger now than he did in the last campaign.
All right. CNN. What is each person doing? There's Elon, Dana White, and Trump. Trump's on the phone, and looks like maybe Elon's probably tweeting or posting. I'll bet you Dana White's texting his buddy, and Trump's like, yeah, we're going to take this thing. We're going to win it. We're going to win it all, but keep an eye on Pennsylvania. Make sure they don't get those phony vote dumps. Let's see here. I'm getting a message here. Mancow says Pennsylvania was just won by Trump. He says Trump is president. Bitcoin is going crazy. Wow, Bitcoin is up. It's 73, almost $74,000 right now. My wife just sent me this text. Bitcoin is going up. That is awesome. This Trump is very friendly to Bitcoin. Very friendly to Bitcoin. That's awesome. Rats on a sinking ship 8 minutes ago. What's this? Kamala Harris supporters abandoning her victory party. Holy cow. Look at this. Look at them all. They are leaving her victory party. Bye-bye. They know the party's over. Oh, yeah. Going home in tears. My biggest fear, though, my biggest fear is like what happened in 2020. We woke up that morning and all things had changed. It's like I almost don't want to go to sleep tonight because, like, I feel like if I stay up all night, somehow I'm going to prevent this. Just, keep the boogeyman away, stay up, right? Okay, here we go. 4 hours ago, Philadelphia is about to post election results for 110,000 mail-in ballots, which is about half the total of mail-in ballots. This means we can get the winner of Pennsylvania tonight. What does this say?
The results of that. We've just learned from a source close to the counting process inside that Philadelphia will be posting, when it posts its first votes at 8:01 p.m., they will be posting just over 110,000 ballots. These are mail ballots. This is the long-awaited first batch of mail ballots to be posted, and it represents, I'm told by this source, more than 50% of all mail ballots that they have received. This also, for context, puts Philadelphia well ahead of the pace, their counting pace from 2020, which we've all become so familiar with. But this is a big moment that we're learning first here on CNN. They'll be posting just over 110,000 ballots, and we'll see the results of that when it posts online.
Yeah, of course. Perfect timing, right? Chunk Uger is crying at the reality of a Trump win.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win a landslide are totally wrong.
InfoWars just called it 15 minutes ago. Trump wins. Now they're calling for Trump to announce his victory. Here is an electoral map. And it looks like it's quite different than the one we're seeing on Google, because Google still has Trump at 230 to Kamala at 210. But this electoral map by Gunther Eagleman, not sure what the source is on this, but he's showing Trump at 249 to Harris 215. And there's still some states outliers, but Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So if we just do some simple math here, let's see. So if we've got Google showing us, let's see, if we got Google at 230 for Trump currently. If he takes Wisconsin, we're going to add 10 to the board. If he takes Michigan, we add 15 to the board. That puts him at 255. Georgia is in his column. Brian, you can bring up this is what I'm showing right now. If we bring in Georgia, that puts him at an additional, 16. Wow. So even if he takes all of those, if he takes Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he is at 271. Arizona is leaning towards him still, 51% reporting. So again, if he just takes Wisconsin and Michigan and Georgia, he's got this in the bag. Harris, she's only at 210. She's got a long road to go. So even if Harris was to get Pennsylvania, that only puts her at 229. So right now, it does not look like there is any path forward for Kamala Harris. So if we just keep going and we just put Pennsylvania in his corner, that puts him at 290. We add Arizona at 11. And that gets us to 301. that the New York Times has already stated. So right now, it just doesn't look like there's enough votes on the table. Like, even if we took all these votes off the table here, I mean, Harris would have to run all these states. She would have to run Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. She would have to run those states to win, because that would put her at 281. And the chances of that right now, I think, are slim. Because right now, I mean, she can't afford to lose Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes. If she loses Wisconsin, she's at 271. But that's still going to put Trump, if we plus 2, let's see, 230 plus, wait, 230. That still puts Trump at 291. So, as it stands right now, this looks like it's a strong Trump victory. But I don't want to go to bed yet, man. I do not want to go to bed yet. We do have to do a show closer for the formality of our show. But I want to check in on the Mar-a-Lago feed. This is PBS. We can bring that up. And I think what we could do is we could run this feed. We can run, Brian, I think what we can do is maybe we'll close the show and we'll let the Mar-a-Lago feed run. And you can leave the chat on the side, like when we were in New York. You know, something seems to be going wrong with this specific scene. I'm not sure why. Do you have a different PBS feed than I have, or is that the same one? Oh, it's the same one. Okay. Okay.
Let's bring in our panel.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Karl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania, as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on
okay,
fracking.
Brian, let's do a show close.
And we know that
I'm going to check in with the family. Make sure the champagne is chilled. And then I'll come back down in a few minutes here and check back in. Vincent says, "Don't go to bed. We need you, watchdog." Oh, believe me, I don't want to go to bed, but I do need to take a little break. All right. So we're going to keep the feed going just for you guys. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, beneath the mask of mainstream narratives, we've witnessed truth unveil itself tonight, from our prophetic interview with Dr. Ron Paul, warning of a monetary revolution, to the crumbling facades of Democrat strongholds, to the chaos at polling stations. Like dominoes falling one by one, we've watched the old order begin to fade. We tracked bomb threats in Georgia, witnessed Milwaukee's counting chaos, saw the final polling data shatter establishment illusions. And now, as Elon Musk joins Trump and other luminaries at Mar-a-Lago, we're watching the pieces align for what comes next. Behind this election stands an idea. And ideas, as we know, are bulletproof. Tonight's revolutionary events unfolded like chapters in a story the establishment never wanted told. Dr. Paul's warnings about the monetary system converge with a movement they couldn't silence. We watched Democrat strongholds crumble while their leaders retreated behind closed doors. We saw the chaos at polling stations, desperate moves of a system trying to maintain control, and the unstoppable surge of citizens demanding change. To everyone who sent super chats and rumble rants tonight, you have proven that beneath every keyboard lies a voice. Behind every vote stands a truth. You've shown America what happens when people stop being afraid of their government and government starts being afraid of its people. The 5th of November was once a tale of remembrance in a distant land, tonight it becomes part of American history. Your children will ask where you were when the Great Awakening began, and you will tell them that you were here, bearing witness, being part of the story that changed everything on the Raw feed. The truth we've uncovered tonight, the numbers we've tracked, the movements we have witnessed, the voices we've amplified, they're all part of something bigger than any single broadcast. This is about a moment when millions of Americans stood up and declared enough. If this coverage matters to you, if truth matters to you, then visit the support links in our donation, their description box. Take home a piece of this historical night from shop.nextnewsnetwork.com, also linked in the description, and tell a friend about what you witness here tonight. Share this moment of history, because like those falling dominoes, each person who learns the truth becomes part of an unstoppable chain reaction. The establishment thought they could fool all of the people all of the time. Well, tonight proves they were wrong. When they ask you where you were on this 5th of November, you can tell them you were here, watching history unfold, being part of the revolution that changed America forever. Until tomorrow, when a new dawn breaks over this great and challenged nation, I'm Gary Franchi. God bless you, and God bless America. All right, let's throw.
I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was, some conversation over how much of remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door-knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right, where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be, or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Adam Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of spin around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's been very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when they're sitting incumbent. a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories of 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better?
Like, I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons that I think Britta and Carl have made the point. I think three things. I listen to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her, did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in the country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about the suburban areas, in some places he wasn't performing, and you see the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant, and what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father with a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing little girls' sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So there'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining who we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive, and a media that echoed that, called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made, and they've sometimes outlandish claims that he's made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer, because you're looking at Pennsylvania, Bill. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead.
How come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Well, because of a lot that you said over it.
All right. So Pennsylvania we're still looking at, but we're also looking at the national popular vote, which he's currently leading.
Yeah, one thing I was looking at here, okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5, okay? Then he comes back 4 years later, Philadelphia, that's where it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's almost at 21, okay? So hold on that moment here, okay? There's a reason for this.
That was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here. Really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 3.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin, right out there, man. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I want to show you the blue wall, how, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right, there's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right, Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state, in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Center County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get, in Pennsylvania. Center County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walsh's campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Walsh party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair.
Down.
why you've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote, 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We're going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election. This is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall?
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talking about Michigan, in particular, as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill showed the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or 2. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but...
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is we think why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, you know, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas. But the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
We've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you'd showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
it was a deal here.
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much is it? 99% in, or 90? What did you say?
90%, statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign, and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what you call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump. over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask you, that question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that?
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah. Well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do. We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
Really
Darren.
does
Good job,
help
Darren.
a lot.
Coming
Good job.
by.
Thank you. Nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest dead giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter, so perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Well, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Cough drop.
Head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw. I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need. Here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking the state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thanks.
You. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I'm now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was, what,
It wasn't, oh my gosh, it was 0.3 of a point, all right? And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance. And we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number 270. So even around the blue wall, it's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there is now reporting here. In Michigan, the blue wall, 6.3, so that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhere, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan. In Wisconsin, maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here. And, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago, why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Carl Rowe's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Carl? Right now, a point, it's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in, but Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York Times needle is now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He's, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours, but Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line, they'll let you vote, and in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us, but for the folks here at the Sam Brown watch party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy's joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way, and I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, even narrower than we have.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the two seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet, because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple of incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America's going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood, as we pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that, for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there is even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led an insurrection against the United States government is going potentially now, like a phoenix, going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought there was really an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I don't know.
The exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right, so I listen to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a riot in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
We've
That's
talked a lot about it. The
very
campaign,
clearly.
the campaign,
I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
No, that's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with Juan. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said if Trump wins. He said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
I think he's trailing him on trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Well, you know what? I think that the bros,
Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
Look, it's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments, but let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only
I'm saying to you, no, I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I get into, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they like Trump's image and the character.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because of what he offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
Look, I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work, did the gender gap with women, did black women, white women, Hispanic women? We still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right, more to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us. convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president, and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "We don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor, he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was facing many more slings and arrows than Nixon had at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dan.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, basically you can just write America off, like America's just going to fall apart. That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as I said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold, and it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's the single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he would said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about it in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurd, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And the revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. It was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything, all of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm, in his
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022. Which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th. And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran, we have hostages in Gaza right now, very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken, and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken, and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do in the wake of this?
What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years, and in a way reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500, because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, Every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well, she said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them?
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way when you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same
and then she's
affliction
out of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in
She's the same
2024.
person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that she, well, we now know couldn't win.
But Karen, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win, and I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear. But
oh, they're there. And he's
definitely.
A lot of people are still up.
The question is, how much is the national TV audience?
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa, at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we went to town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, you know, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision. And decisions clear the way for harmony and peace. You know,
listen, there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if you passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward. Brett, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view. When Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he'd worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. He thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those 2 Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate, at which point old Biden started getting these hysterical sugar plums dancing in his head and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was going to be the next
FDR.
FDR.
The next FDR. He's going to out-Obama Obama. Remember that?
Yep.
Well, and that, in my view, that was he would have been, if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate, first thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will, fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska's going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk count now project, though, Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis, picture what life could look like with Vyvgart Hytrulo, a subcutaneous injection that takes about 30 minutes.
President of the United States. He will be 45 and 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room. We'll take you there, obviously, as soon as that gets underway. In the meantime, Grady Trimble is in Michigan. Let's get a quick update just outside of Detroit. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, people were getting a little bit tired here, but then the call for Pennsylvania was like a jolt of electricity through this room at the Michigan GOP watch party, and the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio, was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin, leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of the story. Hopefully, we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Jono Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kayla McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted. Kayla.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump, and we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And then guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this is become nonsensical.
to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicity. And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic. Yeah. And I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to jump back. Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming back.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire, now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been part of the last administration. You can see the joy in all these people's faces. Think about the angst and all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kaylee's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kaylee's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. But I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again. Yeah. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees, who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him, and I think he should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
What do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We'll focus now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong?
I think it's going to be agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they've tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Ben?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers who are Republicans and the Lincoln Project people and Bill Kristol and people like that who seem to abandon everything they ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personality. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed a call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They have this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They have him, and they had him in the courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him, and whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He was going to, I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I don't know him as well as you, but I can be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
No, well, that comes from
Okay, Brian, bring us up on the big full screen. You can't see Angie.
But then you won't be able to see the
Well, he can put the Mar-a-Lago in the upper corner.
You can't see all of this, but I got
Okay, but you put Mar-a-Lago in like the corner or something, like a picture in picture, so we can keep an eye on it here. Did you see the Will Ferrell clip that he made?
Mm-mm.
He literally was yelling at Gary. You got to see this clip. It's the funniest clip. Someone just brought it up in the chat.
Gary who?
I don't know. Me. It's me, if you want to call it me, whatever, you know. And it's just Gary. I don't know. He said Gary.
Will Ferrell, the actor?
Yeah. When he was telling people to go out and vote for Kamala Harris.
I gotta see this.
Oh yeah. I actually have it in.
Whatever you think of the guy, you gotta admire that.
Can we get a wellness check on Robert De Niro?
Can we get a wellness check on Robert De Niro? That guy can just eat shit. They all can eat shit now. Oh baby, I'm so happy.
Maybe it's time for his enemies to
We're both looking at our phones. Where is it? It was
is truly amazing. It's the
Ron
energizing
Paul,
factor. Let's
Trump
check in
closing
with
statement, media lies. Was it this one?
Trump headquarters in West Palm. This has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
Are we live?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, we're live.
What? What's happening? Am I popping it?
Yeah, just don't spray it everywhere.
No, I'm not. Who's celebrating at home? I want to hear it. Okay,
Can they hear us?
Ready? Here we go. 1, 2.
Wait. Can they hear us, Ryan? I'm hearing this audio track of Mar-a-Lago.
I just came out the shower.
Okay, I mean, you can like just leave them off in the background until we see Trump show up on screen, or you can keep it low. I need to, pop it.
Ready? 1, 2. Trump! Yeah!
That's your camera right there, honey. That's your camera.
Oh, hey,
That one,
hey,
that's the
okay.
one.
All right.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
This is for all the fighters out there.
Yeah.
Every single fighter out there who fought long and hard. Lord, somebody count the days, the hours, the minutes, and the seconds.
Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to pull up that Will Ferrell. We won't be able to hear it, though.
Cheers.
Oh. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers to you guys. We did it, man. We did it.
Cheers.
Holy cow, we did it. Oh, wow.
I'm going to take a picture. I'm going to send it to Jenny. Jenny, I'm going to tell her to get on.
Oh, where's the Will Ferrell clip? It's so hilarious. Oh, man.
Gary, look at me. Oh, shit.
Let's go. I have that Will Ferrell clip somewhere. I can't believe it. Where is it, man? A million bookmarks here. Well, it's got to be here soon. Oh, come on, really? I saw Will Ferrell. I'll just find it on Twitter, whatever. Can you see the chat, honey? You can see the chat on the left there on the screen. See it? All the people chatting over there. Get off your phone.
I can't. Is everyone just like
Talk to them.
texting?
Talk,
I am.
Talk to them.
I am.
Talk to our people who
I'm
love us.
excited. I missed you guys. Look, I got a seat again at the table. Ooh, we're gonna be expanding again. Okay, wait. So here's everybody right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's my camera. I'm fresh out the shower, y'all. Hold on, let me fix my hat.
Okay, where's this freaking Will Ferrell?
I didn't know.
So funny, man.
We're gonna go live again, but I'm sure happy that we did.
Okay, you need to see this Will Ferrell clip is so funny. Dude, I can't even find it because it's like buried in all this other news.
I can't wait
to
hear
hear
Trump.
Okay. Here.
1,000 votes. I'm just one person? No. Shut the up, Gary. Last time, only a few thousand votes kept Trump out of office. And this time, we will hold you personally responsible, Gary. Don't forget
should
to vote,
actually.
Gary.
Yeah.
I'm just one
They
person.
do have to
No.
hold this guy
Shut the
personally
up, Gary.
responsible.
Last time, only a few
Gary.
thousand votes kept Trump out of office.
Hold me responsible, bitch. Yeah.
Man, yes, we see you. By all means, fix your hair. You look beautiful. Thanks. I think you meant that nicely. Can't tell.
And this time,
Jesus is
Oh.
king. Yes, he is. Amen.
Wow.
Thank you so much, N3 Network. Because of you guys, helped Trump get back in office.
Wow.
Because of you too. Because of you too,
Describing as
guys.
if JD Vance that picks it up. There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala
Angie,
Harris over the
Gary,
weekend, they were
hearts,
saying
hearts,
they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary.
I can't wait to do this with you guys again. I love this.
Oh, they like love the outfit.
I pulled it together.
Is Mark Dice here? Mark Dice in the house? What?
Yes! Cheers,
What?
Mark.
Where's Mark?
Cheers.
Mark, where's Mark? Is he here?
There he is.
Where? I think I just saw him in the chat. What up?
It
Where's
went by
Mark?
too quick.
Oh,
I
hang
can't
on,
tell.
hang on. I think I just saw him.
Angie,
Where's
aww.
Mark?
This is so cool.
Where is Mark?
I can't believe here we are. I am in another world right now. Straight up, I'm in another world. You guys just like I can't even.
It's not over until Rachel Maddow cries, he says.
You know what? I do want to see her cry, man.
Oh,
That's terrible, but it's true.
she already cried. It's not over until Rachel Maddow cries. Cry! Yeah! I'm not going to sleep.
Middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee,
What, Brian?
painful, especially when the patient's still alive.
You guys.
Jeez, Brian. My brother says no vengeance. Bad. Lead by example time.
No.
Oh, well. No, Trump said he's not going to be
Jenny,
vengeful.
you're watching. Love you too.
Oh,
You know what I
wow.
love about the whole night? It was so
Project your
like,
voice over here so they can hear you.
it was so chill and peaceful. I don't know how it was around your parts, but around here and just watching everything was just real calm and peaceful and just waiting for the moment. Just waiting for the moment to happen, you know?
We got to get Mark Dice. Mark, fire up your camera and get on the stream. Stop hiding in your kitchen with your laptop, destroying CNN and Brian Stelter. Brian Stelter!
He does such a good job doing it.
I know, he's the one, like, totally. He turned Brian Stelter into a meme. I love it.
Best day of our lives.
Oh, yeah. Mm. Oh, man.
Constituency for
What
the
do you think
Democrat Party.
one's gonna look like?
Wait, oh.
I'm
Well, he's going to be a
ready.
dictator on day one, remember?
Mm. We're gonna get tipsy on air, and we haven't had a
yeah.
drink in a while, so this is going to be interesting.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. Brian, send me a link so I can give it to Mark Dice. I know he doesn't want to come on.
It is hot up in here.
Take it off, baby. My dad called it at 12:55. Wait, my dad's calling.
Answer your dad.
Dad, you're live, and you're on the Next News Network, Dad. Everyone can hear you. Angie's here.
Oh my God. You know, I'm so proud of you. You, Gary, my son, helped to facilitate Donald J. Trump to be the president. You yourself and your show and all the people that watch you and listen, you were instrumental in making this happen. I'm celebrating Trump, but I'm celebrating my son, Gary Jr., who has made an impact on this whole world situation. God bless you, son.
Oh, thanks, Dad. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Wow,
I
yeah.
called to celebrate. I said, I got to tell my son that he was instrumental in this. You probably don't think of it that way. You just do your show every day.
Yeah.
But, you know, from the outside looking in, you know, you had an influence. All the thousands of people that listen to you. Unbelievable. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
That's every day. It's all I do is just focus on what's happening and trying to get the people the right information and correct all the lies, push back against it, and you know.
Yeah.
Hey, my cousin, JT, right there. You see her, Jenny?
What's
she's
up,
she's
Jenny?
right there. She's right there. I just saw her message. Wow. Wow, Dad.
You got a message from Jennifer?
Oh yeah, she's on the stream right now. I'm seeing her. She's leaving comments in the chat room.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, if you're broadcasting, I'll jump off the line.
Oh,
You're live, Dad.
you are live. Everyone can hear you, man.
I can't believe my son.
Well,
Angie,
this is
you guys are awesome. Angie, he wouldn't be what he's doing if it wasn't for you. God bless you, Angie.
well,
Hey,
Dad. This is partially your fault too. You know, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So you can take some credit for that.
thanks for bringing them
Yeah.
into this world.
Yeah, talk about how many. I think it's about 2,300 diapers I changed,
Oh,
too.
come on now. Come on. Really?
Yes.
Yeah, well, figure it out, man. 2 years? Yeah, I had to take care of you. Yeah. I'm
You
happy
really
to
gonna
do
do
it.
this to me on my frickin' live stream in front of thousands of people?
Yeah, I do it just to be funny. But give them something to talk about.
Oh my
I
goodness.
love it. I
Oh
love
wow.
it. Oh, we love you so
Oh
much.
Dad.
I love you guys too.
It's a new day.
Unbelievable.
A new day.
All right, Dad.
Wow. When I saw Pennsylvania went down, I was just going to bed. I said, can't. He's going to be announced now. It's going to happen now. It's not going to be dragged out.
Aw. Somebody
Wow.
on the comments here, I didn't catch their name, but they said, "Tell your dad he did good."
I see you, Jenny. I see what you're saying. And she certainly is. Wow. Eric Taylor just said that the channel was suppressed. They couldn't find the feed. Shannon says YouTube unsubscribed her.
That's surprising. I'm sorry,
Wow.
guys. Just hold on.
Oh wow.
Hold on.
Little Gary
Just
Senior,
think of-
we're saying. Everyone's like, "Hey, Gary Senior! Hey, Gary Senior!" Oh,
There
wow.
really is one. There really is
Yeah.
one.
Oh wow.
Just think of the future that we're going to have.
Oh yeah.
You know, I've had my days on this earth and I've been blessed, but you guys have a whole future ahead of you with all the great things that this man is going to do. It's unbelievable. And you know, the people that now are going to have a different attitude. You're going to see people out shopping and doing things, and they're going to be happy. They have hope. They don't have this cloud hanging over their heads. You know, Trump is going to change the attitude. People will be happy. And it'll improve the economy just because people are feeling better about what they're doing.
It's so true. It's so true, Dad. It's been a dark cloud ever since Biden got in office because we knew that they stole the election and everybody was down about it. There was so much pushback and fighting, and the economy just kept getting worse. Businesses stopped hiring. I mean, it was horrible. And yeah, it's like a cloud has been lifted off this country.
In the days ahead, just think about the people that you run into on your day-to-day life, the attitude. You're going to see a noticeable change. They're going to be happy. They're going to be, you know, a spark in their heels as they walk. You know, they're going to be a happy nation.
Yeah, we have
All the
real
good-
hope again. We want to move
Yes.
forward as a nation.
Yeah.
We just want to move forward.
Wow.
Yeah.
You should be very
Look at
proud
all
of
these
yourself,
comments,
huh?
man. Has anyone done a wellness check on Rachel Maddow yet?
Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro, what happens now for the next 4 years? Well, now it's time to really drain the swamp. It's time to get to real business now.
I don't think it's going to be easy, but it hasn't been easy thus far. So, well, here we
No, I
go.
need some more.
Ooh. Here we go. Here we go.
The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign, and for
Okay, Dad. Love you.
We're drinking
Love
out
you
of
too.
Grandpa Martin's.
Angie and Gary, you guys are fantastic.
We're drinking out of Grandpa
Be
Martin's
blessed.
champagne glasses.
Are you using Grandpa Martin's glasses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think you'd be
Cool.
celebrating today?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
We love you, Dad. Thank you.
Love you too, kids. Bye-bye. Good night.
It means
Good
a
night.
lot for you calling. Thank you.
All right. If you want, I'll send you the link. You can tune in.
Yeah, send it to me. Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
I'll send it to you right now. Our Boyd
Yeah.
sent in $5. Thank you, Papa Franchi. He said you raised him well.
I did.
Yeah, our
It
Boyd
was a
just
bit of
sent.
a job.
He just
Do
sent.
you want me to go on to that part of the story, you guys?
He sent $5, and he said you raised him well.
You sure did. You sure did. You showed up for everything that I can remember that was important for Gary when he was speaking.
Mark Dice is calling.
Love
Hey,
you,
Dad, I gotta
Dad.
go.
God bless.
I'll send you the link.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear blindfolds.
All right, Mark, I'm calling you back. I'm calling you back.
Cheers, you guys. Holly Flowers. I want to
He
hear
hung
Tucker
up though.
Carlson.
Maybe it's Mark is live. Mark, you're gonna be live in a minute. Yeah.
Sorry, John.
Oh.
You are live on the Next News Network, Mr. Dice.
Yeah, dude. Well, I didn't want to cut off your dad. I thought he was hanging up, but then you guys kept talking. So,
Dude.
this is great, man. This is going to be amazing. I have MSNBC on in the background. I'm waiting. Like I said, it's not over until Rachel Maddow cries. They haven't called it yet. You know, Fox News called Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and MSNBC still hasn't called Pennsylvania, or they finally, I think, called Pennsylvania, but they're still in denial about what's happening.
Ah, they're so gross. They're such creeps.
Oh, they can't handle it, dude. They're all trying. They're in their cry closets right now, trying to figure it out. You know.
Oh, they're in severe psychological denial. Like you could just see, I have muted on the background. You can just see it in their faces. Like over the last hour or so, they started getting progressively more concerned. And even Mark Cuban congratulated Trump and Elon.
Wow.
Mark Cuban, Rachel Maddow's lesbian sister.
Yeah, Marcy Cuban and whatever
he's been getting ripped so hard.
You know what? We could put the news on that TV up there. I just don't have the remote for it. Do you see it on the floor?
Oh, I do. I can't.
Oh.
I can't get it.
Oh, dude. This is such good timing. You know, it's like a Hollywood movie, man. Right when all hope seems lost, then something happens and it all works out. You guys get remonetized.
Yeah.
Very good sign. 1 week before the election. I mean, now we got 4 more years, and then JD will take over. I mean,
here's hoping.
I've been watching all the liberal networks, and they're in shock at how many Latinos have come over, how blacks have left the Democrat Party. I mean, it's going to be fantastic.
Oh, dude, they're going to be analyzing the demographic breakdown, and the Democrat Party's going to realize that, you know, going so far radically left with, you know, their drag queen story hour and their denial of biology and all the things they've been pushing for, you know, with children and surgery.
They went too far.
They went too far, and the American people see it, and like the majority of us are like, nah, we're not cool with that, you know.
Yeah, and, you know, us YouTubers were always on the forefront of this because probably 10 years ago we started seeing all this stuff start happening, and you know, people who weren't plugged into the news probably thought that we were overreacting to just some niche instances. But we were right.
Mark,
you know, we tried to tell everybody.
Talk to Angie for 1 second. I'm gonna try to find this remote control. Hang on.
Mark, you and Gary are like the granddaddies.
So we've been doing this for like 20 years,
of the
dude.
movement here.
And watching all these other conservative people like spring up out of nowhere and like all of a sudden they're like at the forefront of everything. Like, bro,
which is
dude,
great.
That's good. I appreciate what they're doing, but yeah, they only came in after the fact, bro. You and me have been kicking ass for freaking 20 freaking years, man.
Yeah. They really didn't join YouTube until 2016. They had no idea. They still thought it was just for cat videos and just stupid stunts. They had no idea. I mean, you go and look back, none of these people were on YouTube. Or I don't think like Daily Wire was even founded until 2015. There was a website. They didn't even have any of their video production set until I think the end of 2015, maybe even after 2016. So yeah, it's great to be, you know, in company with the old G's, you know, us truly independent YouTubers who.
Well, that's the thing. You and I, Mark, we're self-made. We've done this ourselves. You know, I mean, obviously, like. You know, Aaron Russo. I mean, we had all this. We've had so much momentum since way back in the day, man.
Our growth has been completely organic, and the collaborations that we've had have been because we're like-minded. With getting in with Alex Jones early, you know, Alex Jones is, you know, seen as you know, a huge star now, but we were fans and working with him in like 2005.
Yeah, I know.
You know, seriously.
Well, and it's so funny that like it's so funny to see like Conservative Inc. suddenly like now it's safe to go on Alex Jones' show. Like before, they wouldn't even touch him with a 10-foot freaking pole, dude.
None of them. None of them. Until after he was banned.
Yeah.
And then finally, some of them started reluctantly defending him. And then Crowder cozied up to him. And then Charlie Kirk cozied up to him. And they finally maybe started to see what we saw. But they are a whole bunch of Johnny come latelys.
Dude, I can't. Charlie Kirk won't even return a text message to me. What's up with that? You know?
No, because we're not in the club, you know, and that's fine. I like not being in the club because then I can say whatever I want. I don't feel like I need to.
Exactly.
Yeah, we don't have to kiss anyone's ass.
Yeah, I don't have to. I can call it like it is. But like I told you, you know, I got a DM from Clickbait Benny Johnson after the whole Steven Crowder thing went down, and
MSNBC.
I don't see how he covered it, but he was like, "Oh, hey, great coverage." But like some of these people, you know, this is for the audience. They don't want to take a stance on some of this stuff because they don't want to isolate their audience. And so I would just rather tell the truth. You know, I started going off even on Jehovah's Witnesses the other day because they don't vote. I don't know if you're familiar with them. It's just a bizarre.
Oh yeah, dude, I know all about Jehovah's Witnesses, man.
We've had some interesting conversations about that.
They're whacked. And so, you know, anybody in conservative Inc., nobody would dare to say that. You don't want to ostracize them. Well, this one group, and I'm like, no, you know what? Like, they don't vote. They're weird. And I mean, you can get into their ideology, which is just whacked out as well, and their ostracizing practices and stuff. But I can't help it, man. I have to just say whatever comes to mind. So I can't wait till Trump gets out and speaks, man. This is gonna be great because MSNBC's gonna melt down.
I got MSNBC on right now.
That's somebody else who can't help.
Who's that
what's on their
weirdo?
mind.
Who's talking right now?
Joy Reid.
No, it's still.
Angry black woman.
Oh, Joy Reid's on now.
Oh, you know what? Maybe unless I got it.
Wait. Is Trump coming out?
Donald J. Trump.
Here he is.
First
Here he comes.
Melania Trump.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
And the Trump
Right back.
family.
Thank you, man. You too.
Accompanied by
Congratulations.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with
Ryan.
friends and campaign staff.
Here we go. All right. Here he is. President Trump. Brian, flip the chat to the. Well, I guess you can't because it'll cover Angie.
That's fine. Let's watch it.
Well, there it is, right there.
Mhm.
We could probably bring it up over here. Here.
For us to watch?
Yeah, we could put it up there on that screen.
Wow, look how great they look. Aww.
Oh wow. This microphone is nuts. It's my earpiece. Here he comes. I want Angie to be able to hear this. Here. Okay. I can hear it in my ear. There's Don Jr. What the heck? This earpiece is all screwed up, man. Brian. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Well, you can mute it until they begin talking, okay? It's gonna get copyrighted as soon as that music is, but I can't hear when it's over. I think it's over now. Angie is beautiful. She's a great asset to your broadcast.
Aw, thank you.
Oh yeah. AP called it.
It's done.
We can't hear Vicky. What, you can't hear me, Vicky? Gary needs some skull candy earbuds.
Yes.
I gotta get this. Look at it. I got this thing taped up, and it's like an earpiece, and it's just like, man, I need something else. This is just a freaking mess.
We need about a month off, y'all. We need a month off.
There's
so we
Mike
can...
Johnson. Okay, he's about to speak. Okay, here we go. Bring him up, Brian.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Okay. Here, you know what, Brian? I'm gonna kill my mic. I'm gonna unplug it so Angie can hear it on
Thank you all
TV.
very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. We made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far, and right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory. Like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great
I can hear you now.
analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that.
Go do what you gotta do, Bobby.
They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been.
Wow.
And I said that
rallies.
many people have told me
Gary, we drank
that God
together back
spared
in
my life for a reason.
How we get to drink once again, Buffalo Party, because these next 12 years are going to be very hard.
And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together. And we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow. What an amazing speech. You notice he didn't declare victory. You notice that? He didn't declare victory. So
I
I
mean,
mean
is he just being?
Kamala didn't even come out. Kamala went home. She sent her supporters home. All those people, she left them high and dry. Just like Hillary Clinton.
Wait.
Just like 2016.
The Associated Press has called Pennsylvania, which now brings Mr. Trump to 267 electoral votes, which is not yet over the threshold of 270 that he needs to win, but it is quite close. Just as a reminder, the races still to be officially called are
So that's why he did it.
Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and
Well, Arizona is leaning towards him. I mean, if something comes in overnight, dude, I swear, if some bullshit happens overnight, I'll be so pissed, man.
And we should also note that Mr. Trump said in his speech
Wow.
that Republicans will win control of the House of Representatives.
But there's no path forward, no matter what. Even if she wins all those other states, she can't win. That's the point. That's why he came out.
Yeah.
There is no position. We have the House, we have the Senate, and we have the executive branch. I mean,
You got the House, the Senate, and the White House, baby.
look at everybody watching. Wow, 1,653 people watching. 1,664 people watching right now. Oh. Barron is 6 feet 8 inches tall. What's up, sure you?
He's taller than his daddy.
Angie, you are epic as a woman and wife, like my Kathy.
you.
Oh, I'm hers. LOL.
Thank
They
you.
already called it. Did he get PA? Yes. Imagination Doctors. He got PA. That's Imagination Doctors. That's
What's up, Imagination Doctors?
Adam the Magician. That's Adam.
Adam! Yes!
Adam is here. What's up?
Wow.
When was the last time we had those branches at the same time? Good question.
Let's see if
Wow.
I can find out.
Wow.
In some of its aspirations.
Wait. She conceded? She did?
Oh, let's see.
Wait a minute. She conceded the election already? I know she didn't come out. Wait a minute. Oh wait, hang on. Just remember this.
Person, no. Shut the up, Gary.
Here, I'm gonna play this forever.
Just one person, no. Shut the up, Gary. Last time, only a few thousand votes kept Trump out of office. And this time, we will hold you personally responsible, Gary. Don't forget to vote, Gary. I'm just one person, no. Shut the up, Gary.
Yeah,
Last
eat it.
time, only a few thousand votes kept Trump out of office.
Eat it, mother. Okay. Let's see.
This time,
I don't see anything about her conceding.
No? Where are you looking? Harris speech canceled. Joy Reid comments on white women's role. Shut up, you
Can you
racist.
stop?
What?
Can she just stop? Why do they keep
She's so
talking
sick.
like this?
She is sick. This fixation on race. I can't take it anymore. All these people do is spew hatred. Leave us alone. Let us just live free, man. Back the fuck off. I'm sorry.
Why? It shouldn't be. Everyone feels that way.
Well, I'm just tired of this, man. Tired of these people. Maybe these people are just gonna shut.
Maybe they're probably gonna shut up.
Kamala Harris. Let's see. Kamala Harris.
It's the only thing they can fall back to, you know. That's their
Kamala Harris.
they're gonna hold on that for a while.
Angie, people that can't, they don't hear this, so turn this off.
I know, I can't stop looking at it though.
It's okay.
It is
Read the comments there.
Trump won. God heard our prayers. Yes, he did. Gary, it's all your fault. Yeah, I think it is. Just a wee bit.
Concession.
Love you, Franchi from the UK. Thank you, guys. Thank you for watching. Love celebrating with you tonight. Elaine. Cheers, Elaine.
Okay, Michael Malice, 2 hours ago. Kamala Harris had a concession speech. Here, Brian, you can bring up my my feed again here somehow. If you can figure out a way to get Angie and I both on the frame. Kamala Harris had a concession speech. Unlike Hillary in 2016, she's not giving a speech because she's effing drunk or nursing a black eye from Doug or both.
Oh! You know what? I am gonna laugh at that.
Yeah.
Because you know what? They did some nasty, pretty bad things to President Trump. And I felt every shot that they took at him, I took it personally. So you know what? I'm gonna laugh at that joke. I have no empathy whatsoever for them. What he went through and what we've gone through, no.
Angie, I've got a leaked message here. This is a leak. Her concession speech has leaked. And this is what Kamala has so far, that she grew up in a middle class family.
That's terrible. You can't play. You can't play. This was too much of a no.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Sure, you. What are you talking about?
Next 4 years, please. Yes.
Kamala, looking forward to hearing your concession speech. Yeah, oh yeah. I want to see it. It's going to be great. It is going to be great. Oh, man. Wow. Cheers, honey. Cheers.
Cheers.
Wow.
Are you able to scroll back up to the messages?
Yeah, just use this. And then you can go here, and then you can scroll up.
Okay.
So you just use the scroll button, the scroller.
You and Brian got this.
And then if you
down.
look at, I'm trash, brah. I'm trash, brah. Hit the show button. So click. No. In the middle. In the middle. It says show.
Yeah.
Tap it. And then it comes up.
Oh.
And then if you move the cursor over the plus sign, the magnifying.
Yep.
I can't wait for the Young Turds Meltdown compilation 2. So you can read it.
Okay,
Bigger
cool.
than, so it's not small on the screen.
Somebody
And if you
was
click
saying-
and if you click show on any of them, it'll show up on the screen.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Hold on a second.
But he gave, how much did he get? $5? I'm trash, brah. You get $5.
Oh, I'm missing the.
What are you looking for? Gary and wife, you're my only hope.
It went by so quickly. I can't wait. Can't find it.
Well, what did it say? I can do a search.
Gary and wife, you're my only hope. Who said that?
Dabs Princess.
So I do that.
If you don't know, hit show. There. See?
That was sweet. Thank you. Thank you.
Fernando Lemos. Giving the American flag. We USA lovers have won it all. Holly Flowers. Don't stop watching. It happened last election. They stole it around 4 a.m.
Ooh,
Be vigilant.
gosh. You really think we're going to go
man,
through
I don't
that
want to go
again
through that
tonight?
again, man.
I'm not going to say it didn't cross my mind, but I certainly don't want it to be true.
Oh, wow.
I don't want that to be true.
Oh, wow. Min Yu. Are you back again, Min Yu? Min Yu's been trolling. It's all right though. We like to troll. Hello.
Oh, here it is. Thank you.
Where? Angel of God.
All
Now
right.
bring the cursor over the big exclamation, big magnifying. There you go. Angel of God. You want to read it?
Go ahead. You
No,
started.
you read it. You read it. You highlight it. You read it.
Angel of God, my guardian dear, to whom God's love commits us here, ever this day, be at my side, to light and guard, rule and guide. Amen. Amen. Thank you for sharing that.
SSG Meat Hook.
Thank you.
Right on.
Very cool.
Try to project your voice there because
I know we only have one mic.
yeah. I am unburdened by what has been.
What a night. What a night.
Oh, wow.
Do you see how calm and cool like the Trumps are and the family? They're just like, and they've been like that.
I don't know
and
how
I
they do
just,
it, man.
it's inspiring and it's really, for me, I've taken that to heart.
Oh, look at this guy.
You
Oh,
know?
this guy. He's gonna be crying. He's another POS.
I just wish that they would just give him the opportunity. Just wait. And just as he was speaking in his message, Gary, he's like, let everyone just have the opportunity to be successful and everyone comes together. Just give them an opportunity to make things happen. Right? Just give them a chance.
Well, and the problem is the left just forces everything down your throat. They force you.
Yeah.
You know, and they just how many years have they been gaslighting and lying? I mean, listen, we've been doing this since 2008. 2012 is when we went full bore with the media angle with Ron Paul, and we saw it then. We saw how sick the media was then. They've never stopped. They have this sick, twisted agenda to maintain their control and their power, and they will stop at nothing.
Right. As they will, you know?
You know, but they're losing control, and that's why they can't stand people like us who have a platform. They can't control the narrative anymore. They want to shut us down and destroy us and bankrupt us. You know, I mean, how many times have we been on the floor in the kitchen in a state of, you know, panic because we don't know what's going to happen next. You know, it's because these people put us into a position, but God has carried us through.
Today's a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day, and it's time to celebrate.
It is a new day, actually. You know what time it is?
We never surrendered, folks.
It's 2:05 a.m. over here.
We never surrendered.
It is 2:05, and no, we didn't. I mean,
Angie, we had been demonetized for like 22 months.
No biggie.
And it was our supporters, our sponsors, our donors that carried us through this storm. And I think back, and like we didn't compromise. I mean, yeah, we went through a lot of different format changes. You know, we tried short videos and longs and different, you know, we did the N3 prime time.
We could have changed it entirely.
Yeah. I mean, we had plans to do like some really radical things to this channel, but I just could not. My heart was not in those platforms. My heart was not in those genres. You know.
I do remember sitting here in this chair, and there was a hard realization that things may not get better. And showing up every day thinking that it will was definitely challenging.
3:05 a.m. in Springfield. Raise your glasses if you got them.
Cheers to that.
Ex Jolly Freak. Where is it? Ex Jolly Freak. Raise your glasses with Ex Jolly Freak.
To Trump.
To Trump.
Fight.
To the future.
Fight.
Fight. Fight. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I saw that. Go on. Keep going. You're on a roll.
No, what I was saying, you know, showing up every day here and trying to give our viewers what they want and also to fulfill what we need. You know, we can't show up here and read a teleprompter that doesn't feel right and or it's censored. It was really sick.
Ugh.
It was challenging every single day. And I would say that is one thing I'm truly proud of. I contemplated this in the kitchen the other day. I was like, hey, Ange, by the way, you didn't fucking give up. You know, we didn't say, well, I'll just give in. And quite honestly, things could all go really bad after today. But at the end of the day, it's your character that matters, right?
We never
It's who you
compromised.
are.
We never compromised.
Oh, you certainly, as a human being, there are certain situations and
Well, we were
scenarios that can push you into
we were pushed against the
compromise.
wall a number of times,
Yeah.
and you know, you guys may have seen like some weather content or some other like weird
Mhm.
content because we were just experimenting with reaction and where we would go.
Mhm. It was fun though.
You know, but then like all those weather chasers were like striking all the videos because
Mhm.
those guys go out in like their armored vehicles chasing tornadoes, and then like we play a clip of it and they're like, no, I was there in my armored vehicle chasing a tornado and you're playing my video. I had to pay a guy like what, $300? One guy, because I used his video and he struck it. I'm like, or no, that was when we played. It was a guy who recorded Donald Trump's Lamborghini getting sold at Barrett Jackson. That guy.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but hey, we survived. You want the rest?
Oh goodness, yeah.
Oh,
We'll
there's a
share
little
it.
more. Okay. We have only 30 minutes left on this broadcast. We got 6 hours in the broadcast.
How come we only have 30 minutes? How does that
No.
determined?
See, it says end broadcast.
Mhm.
Don't click it, but it says we've been streaming for 5 hours and 24 minutes.
That's easy for you.
But it'll only go to 6 hours.
Can Celsius just like sponsor you? Because
They should, yeah.
You're made of that.
The floor of this studio is covered in Celsius cans. Let me just tell you. Okay, if you click the bottom arrow, you have earned what? Every bit of help. You helped us. It's the least we can do. Thank you, Latrice.
Thank you, Latrice.
Click that bottom blue arrow. No, right there.
This
Little
one
one.
here?
Yep. Click that. That'll bring you back up to the current. Hey, wait. Hey, it's Uncle Leo.
Oh, Uncle Leo, you're watching.
Oh.
Hey, Uncle Leo. Hey, Hilda. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Oh, Uncle Leo. Here, bring him up. Hang on. Wait.
They went far.
No, we'll find it. Hang on. Yeah. Wait. There he is. Leo Franchi in the house. Uncle Leo and Hilda. Oh, yeah. Are you texting them right now?
I'm going to call everybody.
Are you calling your brother?
I'm going to call Uncle Leo too.
You want to call him? Call him. Call him right now. Here. Leo, we're going to call you. Can we call you?
Oops.
Wait.
Oops.
Uncle Leo. Wait till you meet Uncle Leo, man.
How did that happen?
Uncle Leo will take you down rabbit holes that you will never climb out of.
Are you going to call him from his phone?
I'll tell you. Uncle Leo's a lot of the reason I'm sitting here right now. Okay, let's see where. Uncle Leo. Uncle Leo. Oh, hang on. Uncle Leo. Okay, no, it's Leo.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
I know, and Leo's up right now?
He's a Franchi.
Okay, yeah.
No
Okay,
doubt
we're
he's
calling
awake.
you, Uncle Leo.
Let's call Mark Dice too.
Oh, he said 13 seconds. What, you want to call Mark Dice back? No, we're not calling him. Here we go. Uncle Leo. Here we go. Uncle Leo, you are live on the Next News Network.
Oh my God! Congratulations!
Oh yeah, we did it.
Woo!
God bless you guys. An awesome job.
Wow.
You too. Oh my
Oh.
God, you are big supporters. You too. You made this happen. Have you been up watching all night?
Yeah.
And
We kept posting on your screen, and we've been posting for about 45 minutes now on your screen. Like,
Oh, you have? I haven't seen it. The first time I saw it.
I think one of these times they're going to see it. But anyway, God bless you guys. You guys are so awesome.
Call someone too. Oh my
Wow.
gosh. What did you feel when you found out that this was it, that Trump won?
I couldn't believe it. Hilda and I we're doing John and Yoko Ono here in bed. And we're like, geez. And we heard Gary, our brother Gary, your father, talking, and that was really awesome.
Oh yeah, Dad called in.
Yeah, that was really cool. And so yeah, we've been watching over at Annie's house, and then we came home and we figured, well, we'll just wait until morning. And I flipped the TV on, flipped you guys back on, just as you guys got the word, and I was like, oh my.
Well, now I feel so bad because I lost my temper a couple of times, started cursing, so now I feel bad.
Oh, it's okay. We're gonna let it all out a little bit. It's all right. So
That Joy Reid, man, she gets under my skin.
But you know, the real story here is the triumph that well, it's not a story, sir, but being that this is your show, the people really to know what you guys have been through, what you have done, this, you know, how God has blessed you to, and seeing you through so much unbelievable trials, and to only God, only God, you know, give God, you know, we all give God the glory.
we have to. We have to.
Only God.
I think we all have a testimony here, Uncle Leo. And I really hope and pray that we can just document it all together so we can leave it behind and so people see what we did, you know? Leave it in a little time capsule.
Time capsule. Yeah.
Oh, if you have us on in the background, you should mute us in the background so you can hear us. Otherwise, you're going to get a weird delay.
Yeah, let me turn it down here. That's been a little difficult. Okay. There we go.
What I was saying is one of these days we're going to have to really sit down and just document it from our family's perspective and just leave it as a little time capsule for our children and their children to see what we all were part of.
We have to find the old Sharper Image camera that Gary started with right out of high school, the little handheld camera.
Oh, man. Remember that?
I remember. That's where it all started.
What was that thing called? You know what? I found one on Amazon, and it was a more modern version, like a couple models after the one I had started using.
Okay.
And I gave it to the kids so they could use it, but I've got to find the original one, the one that was like pocket sized. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
And it looked like a tiny little camcorder. Like,
yeah.
Oh, that thing was the coolest thing ever.
And you used to go around taking interviews and practicing with people, and then 9/11 happened, and oh my.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember I used to attach it to like my bicycle and I'd ride around with it.
Yeah, you were destined for this.
I mean,
then you made Angie. Oh my!
And this is before they had selfie sticks. I had like my own little like tripod I would attach it to, and I would hold it out. Yeah, this is before selfie sticks were even around.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. And unbelievable how God has blessed you guys. I remember. I'll tell you the Diesel. Remember Dr. Diesel?
Oh, you mean the old Mercedes?
Yeah.
Which one? The blue one? Oh, the blue one. Yeah, the gray one.
The one we put the floor in.
Yeah, the one that Angie and I were driving up to. We were going to see George Clinton.
I mean, it's an incredible story of you two. You're driving around. You had this old Mercedes Benz that had no floor. The seats were going to fall out and drag on the ground.
Well, they were. The seats did drag on the ground on the way to Milwaukee to go see George Clinton, and I had to pull a street sign out of the ground and wedge it into underneath the seats to keep our seats from falling through the floor.
Exactly, right. Right.
True story.
But, I mean, you guys had started from nothing, and that's
we were little kids together.
The Franchi family tradition. Hilda and I, we started from nothing. It was 56 years ago.
It runs in the family. I have to say, it runs in the family. Leo, you are such a visionary of your own. It's just amazing. I can see the spark in your eye and where it descends into your family and the roots it just grows. You guys are amazing.
What he's saying though, like, I mean, I haven't thought about that Mercedes in a long time. And I remember driving to go see George Clinton in Milwaukee, and I remember looking at a car that was passing by, and they were pointing at the ground, at the road below us. And this because the reason they were pointing at the road below us is because the rust had been eaten away so much by the airflow of the vehicle that it pulled an air pocket, and rust literally like a tin can pulled the underbody of the car backwards, and it was scraping along the highway, and it was creating a trail of sparks underneath the car.
I love this.
And I remember when we got to Milwaukee and I looked underneath the car and I saw it literally like it was a tin can had been rolled back underneath the car. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. And that's when I found like in some alley in Milwaukee, I pulled a street sign out of the ground. What?
No, I'm saying all right. Yeah, I remember that.
And I had to bend it over and bend it and wedge it into the car.
I think we had that street sign at the shop for a while.
You probably did. It was a huge piece of wrought iron.
About that.
Well, then you, Leo, you had me come to the shop, bring the Mercedes to the shop, and I
There you go. Now you're live. Tell everybody sorry.
Sorry, guys.
We lost you guys. We're back. All right. Simona's waiting. Simona and George.
They're going to call in?
We're going to call them in. They are out at a watch party, but we can call them.
Okay.
Do you have Simona's number?
I don't know. Ty Bollinger just texted me. Trump elected president. Time to take out the garbage. Okay, let's see.
You're gonna call Simona
Are we
from my
live
phone?
though? Is it really live? Or is this the same? No, dude. This is a different stream, Brian. I think. Are you sure? What are you guys seeing on the stream? Brian, can you hear me?
Here, I'm gonna go.
Okay, if you want to call someone speaker.
Well, see
What,
if it's
Brian?
working here.
Trust my producer, he says. Okay. All right, where is...
We're good.
Oh, where are they? Are you sure? Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I hear it. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we call George or do we call Simona?
Simona.
I don't know if I have Simona.
I have Simona's number. You want to just call her from my phone? 310.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hang on. Keypad.
That's
Don't
what we're calling. We're
don't
calling
announce
you,
the phone number.
Simona. Of course.
Hello.
Hey, Simona.
Hi, Simona.
Great. Hi, guys. We are here. Both of us celebrating with our great friends and patriots here in Beverly Hills.
Oh my goodness, it's great to hear you.
Cheers, Simona. We are cheering to you guys right now, to President Trump.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just, I knew that. I knew that there is no reason God spares life without a reason. God has a plan, and this is the plan. God save America, and this is going to be amazing. I mean, like, there is joy is an understatement right now.
It's an understatement. It's unreal. And like you said,
It is
we
unreal.
knew, right? You felt it?
Absolutely. I knew that. Like, there's no way, like, this was a spiritual battle, God versus evil. God always wins in the end. We had enough of evil this year. Enough.
Right now we have Simona Papadopoulos and George Papadopoulos joining us via phone from Beverly Hills at a watch party. Simona, what are people saying out there?
Well, we are here with all a group of patriots. We are ecstatic. We are happy. As I say, that joy is an understatement. We knew he was winning, but now it feels almost unreal. Like it's something that we saw coming. There is no way God saved his life twice for no reason. God has a plan, and this is the God's plan to save America and to make it great again. So we are just excited for the times ahead.
I just want to thank you. We want to thank you and George for holding the line. We've been going at this for a couple of years now, and you guys were holding the line, supporting President Trump, never holding back, showing your support and loving him.
They've been like directly in the process.
Yes, you have.
I'm gonna get the best side. We have been relentless in this fight, and we really, really, really like happy. And sorry, there's a crowd here, so probably you can't hear me.
No,
we can hear you just fine.
You're
But
fine.
I want to give the phone to Georgia here with me. He wants to talk to you guys and your audience.
Go celebrate, Simona.
Hey, George. Cheers
Oh, hey,
to George
everyone.
Papadopoulos.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys. What a great day for America. What a great day for the world.
Indeed.
Taking back the country from the globalist agenda that we've been unfortunately been living, and how the world is so happy about it, and we've been celebrating tonight, and it's just an incredible moment, and it's something that I predicted, and many of us predicted, of course, and we've all been on the Trump train for years, and just to see it actually come to fruition is a very special moment.
It really is, George. It really is. When they called Pennsylvania, I was doing the math. I'm like, this woman has no path forward. She has no path forward, even if they didn't call Pennsylvania. Like it was just a foregone conclusion, and I'm just so happy that finally We're going to see some victory. We're going to see some positive economic growth in this country, prosperity, so many great things, George.
Yeah, and I really think that this election was more so than even about taxes or the economy. I really think it was about the heart and soul. And I really think that that's why so many independents who might have actually been hesitant initially about Trump and the whole MAGA movement ended up saying, you know what, this is the better off candidate that's going to bring back some normalcy to America, make it more recognizable. And I think that's really why they came out in droves. And I think it really swayed the vote in states like Pennsylvania, like you mentioned, some battleground states. And I think my prediction is that he's going to get over 300 electoral votes.
Oh, yeah. I think it's going to go at least 301 when I did the math. I think when you bring up Pennsylvania, you bring up the heart and soul and the independents. I think that people have seen the attacks on Trump for so long, like just continually amping up time after time, all the way leading up to the assassination attempts. And you're like, how can any average American look at that and go, they don't want him to be in office, and there's a reason for it, and we got to get this guy there. And I think that all the relentless attacks just kept backfiring one after another.
Yeah, because look, no American who loves this country, and I'm assuming the majority of American citizens love the country that they live in, whether they're on the left, the center, or the right, would to see a candidate, a former president, or the next president of the United States raided, indicted, convicted in a kangaroo court sham and potentially assassinated. And that's what Donald Trump faced over the last 2 years while in the heart of a campaign. He was facing this incredible, unprecedented lawfare that so many Americans, of course, were completely horrified about because it's never happened before. And I think that really backfired on the Democrats and the establishment that they thought most Americans would have actually been happy with. So it really backfired, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens now with his sentencing in a couple of weeks now that he's president-elect.
Yeah, we're going to watch that very closely. And I think that with respect to the backfiring that you're talking about, they pulled every trick in the book to try to prevent this guy from getting back into office. And now he's on his way back. And I wonder if the Democrats are going to have any, little self-reflection. They're going to look in the mirror and go, maybe we shouldn't be such assholes. Maybe we should start listening to the American people. When they start looking at the crosstabs and the exit polls and the demographic breakdown, and they recognize who actually voted for Donald Trump, realize just how much of the electorate that they have lost. I think they're going to take a long, hard, deep look at their souls, at least if they have souls at this point, and then maybe they'll try to, not pull these kinds of tricks again. Maybe in 2028, and of course this is way too early to project, but maybe in 2028 we won't see these kinds of attacks again. Maybe we'll see this a real battle of ideas rather than lawfare and assassination attempts.
Well, Gary, I'm going to quote the great Ric Flair when he used to say, if you want to be the man, you got to beat the man. You know?
Yeah.
And I think,
Bring that. Yes.
And I think that's exactly what Americans want to go back to, is normalcy in the democratic process, and going back to campaigning and having a good candidate and good ideas and policies, and not weaponizing institutions against your political opponents because you provide bad candidates or bad ideas. And one other thing that's very interesting, I think, about this cycle that I think is going to reverberate into the next cycle as well, is the lack of influence that so-called celebrities have. I think people like Lady Gaga and all these people that went out, or even Oprah, who are campaigning or talking about Kamala and like the Democrats, no one cares about that stuff anymore. America's in a state of disarray right now. They want real substance. They want policies that affect their pocketbooks, their security, and things that they can hold on to in a tangible sense. And Donald Trump provided that, and that's exactly why he's president-elect. and why I think once he enacts his agenda, now that it looks like he's going to have the Senate and the House on his side, he's going to make America great again. Americans are going to feel safer. They're going to have more money in their pocketbooks. We're going to have stability around the world. And I think as long as he's successful doing that, we're probably going to see an incredible Republican wave over the next 3 elections at least.
You know, George, I
Well
think,
said, George.
to your point about the celebrities, see, they ran so many celebrities in this election, but what they forgot is on social media, everybody thinks they're a freaking celebrity, and celebrities have like I remember when we started doing news media, and we leveled the playing field when it came to news presentation. Like we were in the running against MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, everybody. And that was back in 2016 when we helped elect Trump back then as the next news network. Well, since then, with the rise of social media, the rise of Instagram stars and TikTok, everybody's a freaking celebrity. So when you have these celebrities going out there and they're doing their little videos trying to be relevant, when there's a million other losers on Instagram and TikTok trying to be relevant, those celebrities don't have the same weight anymore. People don't look up to them as if they're some kind of like, holy, Hollywood elite where they just can't wait to touch the hem of their garment. It doesn't work like that anymore. Celebrities don't have the same power that they did, and I'm thankful for that. So I just wanted to bring up that point that you to expound on that.
No, look, you're 100% correct, and I think also Elon Musk purchase of X.
Oh yeah,
and obviously having the free marketplace of ideas without interference by either the intel agencies or the Democrat Party, like we did in 2020 and 2016. That's just one case in point that goes on to exactly what you just mentioned, how there's so many other people right now providing content, creating content, talking about ideas, and it just really dissipates the so-called Hollywood elite and the music industry, and especially with all the scandals that they've been involved in recently. I just don't see that wave helping the Democrats moving forward, at least. So this is an incredible opportunity, I think, for creators, new news media such as yourselves and others to really fill that vacuum, provide real content, provide real ideas and substance. And I think that's what the American people are really desperate for. And it really is reflected in the polls and, of course, in this election.
Yeah, absolutely, George. So what time is it by you right now?
So I think it's probably around it's about 12:30 at night. So it looks like Trump clinched this thing. We're watching CNN meltdown right now. It's around 2:30 in the morning by you guys.
Yeah.
So I know it's a little late out there, and we really appreciate you guys having us on for this incredible historical moment.
Oh, you bet.
And it's just we're extremely ecstatic, and I think this is going to be the greatest 4 years moving forward, and we couldn't be happier with the results.
All right, George. Well,
cheers to that. You guys go celebrate.
When you're back in town, steak dinners for everyone.
That sounds great. There's nothing like a Chicago steak dinner. So
it really is.
We're there, guys. Thank you so much. And Simona's going to say bye too. And thanks so much. God bless. You're Simona.
Bye, George.
Right. Bye,
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. We're
Simona.
celebrating here. We love you.
We love you too.
Sweet. And it's a great moment for all of us that have fought so hard for this day.
It's so sweet. This moment is so beautiful, and we're so happy we get a chance to catch up with you too, because we know that you guys have been fighting right along with Donald Trump, with our president. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. We love you guys. Thank you.
God bless you.
Bye
Right.
bye.
See you when you're in town next. All right. Simona and George Papadopoulos chiming
Wonderful
in.
friends.
I wanted to have them in studio here. They were just in town for a fundraiser,
event,
a beautiful fundraiser.
How
and,
great was that we got to catch up with them?
Yeah, and
just in the moment.
We've been able to connect with them. George, actually grew up in the same town. A lot of people may not know that. They grew up in the same area as Angie and I. So like we have very familiar stomping grounds.
Mm-hmm.
Our backgrounds are very similar, and I really like him. And there's even family ties, which is even crazier.
Oh.
But who knew, right? Who knew? So
Oh wow.
having him, what? If you click on, see the little filter button up there.
Okay.
Um,
You're showing me the way, Gary
see
Franchi.
where it says hide? Okay, the little filter. It looks like a little downspout. Down, 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 down. That up. Down, 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 down. That. Click it. Click it. Click super chat.
Okay.
Now you can see. See, look at that. Look at all the super chats.
You guys
Look
are
at that.
amazing.
Our dog 7. Oh, wait. Scroll down. Scroll down. No. We got those. Scroll down. Down.
Oh, down. Okay.
Down. Up. Our dog 7. $2.47. No, click it so they can see it on the screen.
Like that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our dog 7. Oh, and he gave another one. There we go. Our dog 7. Bring the cursor over the magnifying.
Right here?
Yeah. President Trump made it through. Jesus Christ alone. Don't forget it. World. Amen.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Next one. Battery powered gardener. Hit show. And then bring it over. Yeah. Having my glass of liberal tears from Republican red wine. No.
Wait.
How drunk are you? You had how much?
Thanks.
God, go over the magnifying glass. I can't read it. Having my glass of liberal tears from Republican red winery called 4547. Celebrate good times ahead. Love you, Gary.
First of all, I didn't know that you had to keep it on
You have to
there.
hold it over.
I thought if I click it,
no, you
it
don't
just
click
stays.
it. You don't click it.
Anyways.
Okay, go to the last one. SAC. The answer to 1984 is 1776. That's from Rumble. See, if you scroll over it. Wait. Bring it off of it. Now see the little green icon next to it on the screen over there.
Mm-hmm.
That means it's from Rumble.
Oh yeah, I see that. Here
So,
is the little Rumble symbol.
Yeah.
So let me ask you
We have
some
5
questions.
minutes left. This is almost over.
All right, so let's. If this is going to be recorded, right?
It is recorded. It's live.
Right, and our boys are gonna watch this in the morning. So let me ask you something.
Yeah. Are you interviewing me?
I am. I totally am. I'm gonna run out the clock on you, Gary Franchi. Are you ready?
Okay, what is it?
How sweet does this moment feel?
Pinch me.
Right? So,
yeah, I can't even imagine.
Do you feel like the moments leading up to this was just, training?
It just feels like everything from 2020 forward was a nightmare.
It was.
It was an absolute nightmare. Waking up 2020 to see that the election had been completely freaking stolen from us.
I have to interrupt because God teaches us that, we're going to go through trials, and it's his way of training us and teaching us.
I'm a poor bastard, but Trump won. LOL, I'm drunk. Ex-jelly freak. Guys, if you got...
Reaching
we're almost
plan
out.
limits.
It's going to end in 3 minutes, guys. We got 3 minutes left of the show. Here's another one. This is from Quick Christian 20.
Well, it's been a pleasure.
$1. So happy for you all. Big fan from New Zealand. You guys rock.
It's been a pleasure, guys. It's been a real pleasure that
we
get to come on
You wanna ask me
here
a question?
and celebrate Trump's victory. And just to follow up with my questions for you and for our supporters and our subscribers. It's like, I think each and every one of us are feeling some peace tonight, hopefully. I really do hope that. And I hope that the country is going to feel some peace and unity tomorrow morning when they wake up. I really hope that anyone who was who had voted for Harris is not going to wake up tomorrow sad. I hope they wake up with encouragement. I hope they wake up with the spirit of hope. And I pray that their hearts are softened to accept their brothers and sisters who did vote for Trump And we need to move forward. We got to move forward. God wants that.
I love you, Angie. I think you are very optimistic about those people. They are very hard people.
Oh, we are
Well, we
too.
have to. Of course, we have to be. You know, and I have grown callous.
Mhm.
I have grown callous over the last. How many years has it been?
Yeah.
What year is it now? 2024, going into 2025.
But our words have power. Our words have power.
They do.
Okay. So
We got
if
about
we can
60
speak
seconds
it
left.
and believe it, God will see it through. And God has seen us through. So just trust. Just trust. Just trust in his plan and trust in his plan for the future and your future. Right? God
Well,
is
let's see. We
good.
got about 60 seconds left, and the stream is going to automatically die.
I love you guys. It's been a pleasure.
I
It's
can't
been an
believe this.
absolute pleasure. I have no idea what tomorrow or next month or 2025 holds, but I do know it's going to be just fine. And we hope to be here and continue for you. Thank you. Thank you, each and every one of you. Thank you. And God bless our president.
God bless President Trump.
God
I
bless
know,
Trump.
President Trump, 47, baby.
Yeah. Bye, guys.
Oh, wow. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe we'll just take the day off and just sleep in finally.
The kids took a day off. I think we can too.
They get a day off tomorrow?
Yeah, it's President Trump Day.
President Trump Day.
In the Franchi household.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. What are those in the bottom?
What do you see? What do you see?
They look like little.
Like a flux capacitor.